Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
We're happy to have you with us this evening and want you to enjoy every minute of your stay here. And while you relax and stretch, visit our concession where you'll find something to please you. There are ice-cold drinks, delicious sandwiches, ice cream, coffee and snacks, and many other pleasing treats. Our foods are fresh and tasty, our drinks satisfying and refreshing. They're so good.
You get more out of life when you go out to a movie.
Welcome to the movies, pal. It's Let's Watch Live. I am your host with the most, and that's no boast, your friendly neighborhood master of chaos. I love that you're here. I love that you're sharing your time with me. It's precious, and I appreciate a chance to chill out with you and hang out and, do a whole bunch of random stuff, like watch nearly 2 hours. I mean, it is 2 hours, but who knows if we're going to get through all 2 hours. Of Vinegar Syndrome trailers. Now, I've personally curated this trailer reel just for you, based on either my favorite films in the Vinegar Syndrome staple of, I should say, of films, or stuff I don't have and want to get your opinion on. Keep in mind, I do have most of the Vinegar Syndrome releases, so we're going to be touching on a lot of the stuff. Now, this is all back catalog stuff. I don't think I have any newer stuff here. I might. I don't think I have any of the newer stuff. But I'm mostly doing older titled back catalog stuff. That's to me is the most fun. The trailers of Vinegar Syndrome put together encapsulates the film quite nicely. And just so you know, this is not sponsored by Vinegar Syndrome or anything. I'm just a fan. I'm just a collector, a fellow collector, and I want to share my love with you. Now, later, towards the end of our trailer reel party, it's about a 2-hour show. We're going to go maybe 2.5, maybe 3 hours towards the end. I would say around 5 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. EST. We're going to be joined by Brad Henderson himself. He's known as the face of Vinegar Syndrome on Twitter. If you've interact with him there, then he's the guy who answers all the questions, and also Justin the Liberty as well. But Brad is sort of like the main guy over on Twitter. Most people know Vinegar Syndrome through him and his recommendations and stuff like that. So he'll be here. We're going to be, I'm going to be asking predominantly production questions. I'm interested about the process. How do you get the movies? How hard is it to put the special features together? All that stuff. He produces the special features as well as does acquisitions and things like that. So I'm very interested in that side of it. So I'll be asking him questions like that. And then I want everybody to toss in your questions if you have. He's going to give recommendations as well. So the sale's still ongoing. Remember that for the halfway to Black Friday 2021. He'll toss out recommendations, and hopefully you'll follow up on those and find your next favorite movie. So that's going to be towards the end of the show. But for now, settle back, grab some snacks. I'll tell you what I have. I've got, of course, my bowl of popcorn. This is a staple for Let's Watch Live. My meal today, I'll be enjoying while watching this with you. I made some tacos. Look at that. We get a good angle of that. Homemade tacos. Look at that shit right there. Oh, yeah. It's just ground beef and cheese and shells. No vegetables. Actually, vegetables disagree with me. It's a long story. For snack, you got some Milk Duds. You're going to have your classic candy, your theatrical candy, and then doing some Mountain Dew Frostbite, the Shark Avalanche Snow Shark flavor that was just released. What a strange flavor to release in the summertime, but it's here. Okay, let's check in with the chat. Fat, welcome, my friend. Thank you for being here. Digging the shirt. Thank you. You know, we're going to be watching a lot of horror movies, so I felt this is kind of apropos. Eternal Melancholy, good evening to you. Good day, good evening, and good night to everybody watching. It looks tasty. Thank you. Thank you. Let me know what everybody's having at home, because that's part of the fun. Let me know what everyone is enjoying, you know, at their pad as they watch the stream. Let's check in real quick with the site. Now, the sale is still ongoing. There are some things that have sold out. Let's go to limited editions still in stock. A lot of the stuff is not on sale on the first page. Only the bottom do things become available at a discount. These are still at 1,000. No hurry there. Let's see. I just pulled the trigger on Who Done It because I really wanted it, and I figured I might as well get it now. It's going. I don't know if it'll last. Honestly, $662. It might hang out, but I feel people might just panic buy before the next Black Friday. So if you want Who Done It, grab it now. This is an amazing film. Still over at 1,000. All right. Rest in Pieces, I think, was going. Oh wow, Rest in Pieces is almost out the door. Not a favorite of mine, but if you wanted the beautiful slips, actually one of my favorite slips, that's almost out the door. Killing Birds, $778. That'll hang out. Memorial Valley, over 1,000. No one's touching that one apparently. Not anytime soon, anyway. The Color. I have never checked this. 504 left. I own this. I still have not seen it, so I cannot give you a recommend on that. And I think Old Dracula, the slip sold a long while ago. Oh no, it's still in stock. $331 for Old Dracula. That's probably gonna hang out. Dolly Dearest, I believe, is still around. $374. I guess they all are because this is the limited edition, so I guess they all are. Now, I want to, and I'll talk to Brad about this later. There's a couple that are going out of print completely. Nurse Sherry is at $808. I mean, for that price, I mean, it's not a super excellent movie, but it's not a horrible movie. And Lucifer's Women is also $13 at $544. These two will not be reprinted. They are going there it is. They're going out of print. So remember that. If you are interested in the out of prints, for sure, Nurse Sherry, Lucifer's Women, also Skin Flicks, Let My Puppets Come, which I thought was already gone. Just the standard. But this will not be reprinted. And they're not going to be repressing it. So it's just the standard on that. These are all the standard releases. And then Memories Within Miss Aggie is a porno movie, and it's over 1,000 in stock, but this will not be reprinted. That'll probably last till next Black Friday. Okay, that's the and no new merch. I'm gonna ask Brad about merch when he's on, if we're gonna get a surprise drop on Sunday. You know, I believe Sunday's the final day, Sunday into midnight, or maybe Monday. Maybe I extend it to Monday. We'll see. Let me check in with everybody here. Will Alien from LA last? Oh yeah, it'll be around. It'll be around. Let's see. Eternal fried chicken. Nice. Fried chicken is always very good. Let's see. Midnight Madness is gone. What's Midnight Madness? The purchasing binge that people go on? Eric, Catching You Live, grilling burgers. Nice. I love it, man. Burgers. That's like my favorite thing. Reject Films. Welcome. Zach in the house. Glad to have you guys here. So, just an update for those of you joining us now. Brad will be on later. He's obviously very busy with Vinegar Syndrome stuff. I'm sure you all know there's a sale going on, and he'll be on later. So, towards the end of the trailer reel, he'll pop in. We're going to do the trailer reel first, about 2 hours of trailers. We're going to chat. Mystery Sense theater the hell out of this thing, and throw out recommendations. Just have a good old time basking in the Vinegar Syndrome love. And then Brad will come on in, and we'll have a good, 45 minutes to an hour where you can ask him questions. He'll throw out recommendations, all that good stuff. So hang tight for Brad. He will be here. Any recommends for Frat House? I haven't seen it. I don't really collect adult films, but if anybody, where is it? If anybody recommends Frat House, let Jeremy know. It looks fun, but you know, for me, 70s adult movies kind of are hit or miss, to be honest. The few that I've seen I haven't been super crazy about. 2 hours. Yeah, well, I put the whole trailer reel together, so it's curated by me, sort of my favorite bits and stuff I've never seen. And then, boom, Brad will be here. Tom Ford in the house. Howdy. Just watched Ladrones de Tumbas. Oh, on the channel. Oh, wow. Oh, awesome. Thanks for watching it with me, man. It's such a good movie. So fun. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, that was a good time. I also, in case anybody's interested and hasn't seen it, I also did Bloody New Year. It's unmonetized. For those of you who don't know, I cannot monetize on this channel. I'm doing this essentially for free, except my patrons, like my man Zach here, support me over there on Patreon. That keeps the doors open. That definitely keeps the doors open. But I also did Bloody New Year. If you guys want to watch Bloody New Year with me, just look up Bloody New Year Master Chaos. You'll find it. It's a fun movie. That's a really fun movie. Okay, guess what? We are ready to rock and roll. What I'm going to do is start the trailer fun. Zach says, the only adult film I have is Pretty Peaches. It's pretty wild. I wish there was no porn scenes and it was just an insane movie. Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder if that kind of ruins things sometimes. Like, oh, I mean, maybe if the story's wacky enough. I love that main girl, Desiree. Woof. What a cutie. My goodness. Okay, trailer reel. Get your snacks. Make sure your popcorn's pumped. You got your candy. You got your drinks. Let's watch some crazy trailers. I'll be here with you. And we'll enjoy the ride. Let's do it. Oh, you think it does? You think it ruins it? Oof. Good to know. All right. This is what I bought. I can't wait to watch this. I love me some Deborah Foreman.
Welcome to the world of the rich and famous, where my is a household word. My home, my car, my girl, my staff, my.
Yeah.
Mail for you.
Oh, my.
The movie
Casey
sucks.
Meadows, by an act of fate and inspiration, is about to become my chauffeur.
She is a female.
Yes, I am.
Baby.
He gave her the animal for her first assignment.
What?
A blue woman with a blue dog.
Never in the 40-year history of Brentwood Limousine Limited has an assignment been so bollocksed.
She was worth 20,000 points.
I didn't know that.
And now it is time for the gratuitous nudity.
You kidnapped an ambassador.
It looks
These
pretty
are
decent,
complaints
right?
from all over town about your escapades last night.
I'm not a lady.
I can see that.
You?
Take your butt off the ceiling, put it back in the seat, drive the car.
Very, very adult. I like people who can express themselves openly and share their feelings. Nothing hurts like love.
My.
Marry me.
My chauffeur.
What do you think I am? The idiot?
Kiss me, stupid.
My, are you in for a big surprise?
Thanks.
Bingo.
Yeah, great.
My chauffeur.
It looks like fun as hell, man. It's very different for VS, but I picked it up for sure, man. I gotta get that. Love Deborah Foreman, man. Woof. And I showed the trailer what that song is from. You got this. This came out in the legacy. I'll double check.
Hit it, Dick.
The Slim sold out. I'll check.
These lips were made for kiss, and these hips were made for bliss, and these arms were made for squeezing you tight every day, only every night. These lips were made for tasting. My time wasn't made for wasting, so I'm gonna show you how it's done just for fun. Anyone wanna come? These lips were made for kissing. Take a sip, and you'll know what you've been missing. You'll flip when this tamale wants to make you stay every day, only every night. What you say?
I had it from Last Black Friday. I haven't seen it yet.
Every night, well, alright.
You people got a strange sense of humor.
I was in a blast, man. I was in a blast. Yeah, that's a good one.
Anyone like to try again?
Absolutely great fucking cast. Who has Punk Vacation? I actually really enjoyed this movie. I thought it was a good movie. Applause from Jeremy. It's amazing what little makeup will do.
What do we do now, Coach? You can put that gun down. Nice and easy like.
Yeah! Awesome! Dante, man. I love your reviews, man. I was actually just watching your Pets and Lucifer's Women review. Did you know that you did Lucifer's Women twice? I don't know if you reviewed Lucifer's Women twice. You sold me on it twice. Thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Anyway, somebody had to convince Coach that women are as good administrators as men.
It's a good movie. It's not bad. Not amazing, but it's fun. It does have a great, yeah. I like the ending. I think the ending's pretty solid. Man, you really do. I also bought this, Psycho Cop. My new strength.
You boys stay out of trouble. You hear? Yes,
Yeah.
sir, officer.
I don't know, it's funny. You didn't say the same thing, though.
Larry, I think it's that cop.
I doubt if Officer Inbred has a fax machine in his car.
Oh my God, I was right! I'm never right!
Wow.
I should have told you. I'll never take a desk job.
Can't wait to watch it. Can't wait.
It's gonna be fun.
Woo! Psycho Cop! If you guys have these, it'll be awesome in the comments. You tell us in yay or nay for people who are, on the fence about buying. I'll do the same. Psycho Cop, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I bought it. Does that say anything?
Beware, my brethren. The fruitful place was a wilderness.
I'm going to say nay for this
All
one.
the cities were all broken.
A little slow.
Dear God, thank you for today. We have sinned. Please forgive us, God. We have sinned.
But she will be reborn, Mother. Pure in soul and spirit, won't she, Mother?
Kenny, you must never let them tempt you. They'll try and make you have sex.
Mentally sick, the pair of them. They've been brainwashed by that church of theirs. You should know. You're their doctor.
She has the right to worship any way she pleases. I don't like Bible banging any more than you do, but you've got to get it into that stubborn little head of yours. There's nothing you nor I can do about it.
You're all I needed. Some nutcase bloody Bible thumper.
You'll perish. The day of retribution is at hand.
He was nailed to the cross, to the cross.
Oh, like it.
And the wounds he suffered all for me.
You weigh my brethren.
Nailed to the cross, and I tremble at the loss. Let his love follow me,
Like a religious stuff.
Let his love follow me.
Oh, man. Thanks, man. That really means a lot. That really does. I appreciate that.
Wash me in blood. me in his blood. Wash me in his blood till I am free.
Yay or nay for this one? I'm gonna say nay. I didn't love it. A little
It's so
slow.
sick. Something ought to be done about those crank religions.
Yep. Alright.
I have sinned, and I must atone for my sin.
Let's see. Good ones, man. Nice grabs, Matt. Happy to have you here. Fantastic. Okay, I don't even know what's up next. I can't just do this all on the timeline and then exported. So I have no idea. They're all out
I
of...
was there at the beginning. I saw more of how it started than anyone else, alive or dead.
I don't know what this is.
I was there when the 5-year reign of the Ezags ended, and I helped to end it.
Oh. Yeah, it is kind of a slip opera movie. I don't have this, but I'm not interested in it. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of these kind of movies. Like, you don't like a sci-fi? Anybody have this? Somebody has this. Anything I figured off? Oh, it was us? Okay.
This is what they used to call a city. 10 or so years ago, it would have been alive with noise and lights and mobs of people. It's quieter now. There used to be 8 million stories in this city. Now it's down to 1.
Yeah, you get 2 movies for the price of 1 here. You get Big Four and Battle for the Lost Planet. Better or worse? Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's funny. Yes. Oh my god. This is like this is like a homegrown horror kind of thing. Well, that's pretty good. I kind of like that stuff. Stop motion is fun. Oh my god. Oh, that was crazy! That guy's jump was insane! I don't know, that second movie kind of scolded that. He was like a blast. That slip is really nice, though. No, I'll pass. Did anybody get Necromancer? That sold out. I wasn't gonna buy it, but I said, I'll get it. I have some donations to the channel, which really helped out.
Do you know this man?
Oh!
Maybe you've seen some of his commercials.
Hello, I didn't realize.
I'm Chuck Todan.
Don't report me to
Are you tired of being
YouTube, please.
burglarized? Try the new Electro Zappy Fence.
Fight.
Yes, our ties are made of the strongest
What is
material
this?
that won't rip, tear, or stretch.
We hope you haven't been offended by our little joke. Of course you know who he is.
It's time for Live or Die. Now here's the host and star of the show, Chuck Todan.
That's no game show, yeah.
9372, how you feeling?
It means it's slip, man.
Before you lose your head, we'll give you a chance to win some money for your family.
It looks like Fred Gwyneth Palmdale.
Here we go.
Welcome to the wonderful world of Death Row Game Show.
Anyone on death row can be a contestant. Man or woman, young or old, I do not discriminate.
I want to watch that.
You killed my mom.
She was pretty old anyway.
Put away for a flip, though.
There are people out there who hate me.
There are people in here who hate you too.
That man had a gun!
So does this man.
Do you ever have sex
Oh,
with your
okay, no.
before they go on your show?
You didn't miss anything, man.
The name of the segment is...
You got the best trailer so far.
You made it. What a display of willpower!
Mind over matter, check.
I'm proud of you.
You gotta get that split, man. That's gonna be done too. Good job.
Death and convicts are beginning to take their toll on me.
Oh, but the show is you.
8981. Can you hear me?
Well, I can't find any release forms on this convict either.
Chuck Todan wants you
Yeah.
to die laughing.
Notice
Doesn't
how
that
flies
look like,
down there around 8364, the untreated corpse? But 2275,
It looked like
the
Osama.
corpse sprayed with Fly Be Gone, is fly-free.
Death
It
Row
looked like
Game
Osama.
Show. A once-in-a-lifetime experience.
It looks like a blast. I'm in. That looks like a blast. I'm gonna wait for a slip though. Looking for miracles. Maybe. I don't remember it. Who's in it? It's not Gary Coleman movie, is it? Oh, Kevin Glass. One of the great slashes.
I just want you to listen carefully, and I want you to promise me 3 things. Number 1,
Do my homework.
Kind of hard to study without these?
You are such a jerk.
All right, move it out.
What's 2?
no
Oh,
boys
she's
in
so
the
pretty.
house while I'm away.
No,
I love Jill.
not until your grades improve.
And number 3, and most important, no
Cutting
class.
Smells like something died in here.
Yeah, Brad, something. He never went anywhere. Reject, just answer your thing. It's an interesting slasher.
Right,
No,
nobody?
expect.
Let me make one thing clear. Leave Paula and me alone.
I had this on VHS back in the day. Pretty impressed by it. Very different. Oh, I didn't know it.
Hey, I don't get mad.
No worries, man. Enjoy the movie. Hopefully you'll stop by later. Awesome. And then, what's his face? Stole this kill. What's his name? Eli Roth. That's a good kill. But you know what? I missed out on every cover, man. Every cover. No idea. No idea. Memorable. To say the least. Did anybody get all 5? I think
Survival class?
Survival class. I guess if you pre-ordered, you got all of them, right? Before my time. Ooh. Before my time. Oh, class.
You rang for me, sir? I
One of the early ones.
What can I do for you, Mr. Satan?
The train crashes at dawn.
Right on schedule. The night porter will see to everything, Mr. Satan.
Who has this one? Oh, yay. Yay. Even with this song.
Mama's at the shopping mall, buying new shoes. Everybody's got something to do. Everybody but you. Come on and dance with me, dance with me. Dance with me, dance with me.
It'll happen, man. It'll
Come on
happen.
and dance with me, dance with me. Dance with me, dance with me. Everybody's got something to do. Everybody but you.
Maybe. I don't know. Let's predict.
enjoy seeing people suffer.
All right, get a handful. Got enough? All right. That's a fun movie. Look, it came out in 2013. Isn't that crazy? That's a really fun movie. It's crazy, but it's a fun movie. Now that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe 88 films probably. More likely. This is a weird ass movie. Weird.
Do other people live here?
Only the two of us.
Will other people come to live here?
What a funny question. Lord, it's no good to cry.
Right.
Except the arms of a stranger.
This is such a strange movie. Hard to describe. That's a good one. What's strange thing to put the words trailer? He's an alien cat, not a werewolf. But stupider than you think. That's a good one, actually. That's a perfect VSA. That's a great one. That's probably no greater, but I'll do that.
Yeah?
Yes!
I'm Petey Wheatstraw, the devil's son-in-law.
Oh, yeah. Petey Wheatstraw. If you've never seen
Rudy Ray Moore is Petey Wheatstraw, starring Leroy and Skillet, Jimmy Funky Tramp Lynch, and Wild Man Steve.
One bite does it.
I love this. Man, Dolomite fights better than the girl in the alley cat.
I have a proposition to offer you, Petey. Are you willing to listen?
But what do you want from me now?
A son.
You got to be sick.
Don't give me that supernatural shit.
That Dolomite man, Rudy Ray Moore, is back funnier than ever in the new movie, Petey Wheatstraw.
Wow.
Tell your boss I'm still alive and I'm mad as a hornet in a bumblebee eye. Tell your boss that his luck is numbered and his luck is bad.
Wow. Wow.
Always like women with big eggs.
Don't brother me no business.
Get it out, get it out.
Son of a bitch.
Absolutely.
Petey Wheatstraw, rated R.
I was able to kickstart the Dolomite. The Rudy Ray Moore biography on how to review that. Well, it's supposed to drop at the end of the year, so it'll take me a bit.
Is it this important? Money?
Money is the root of all happiness. I hate those old expressions, but it's true. It overcomes the strength of love and life and things like that. foolish things it causes men to do. Money is the root of all happiness. The foolish things it causes men to do.
Calm down, baby. You're just being kidnapped.
That's what I said. Alley cat sucks, man. Don't let the trick down. That's not a good.
You just want some money.
It's not a good revenge movie. It's nice, yeah. It makes it more friendly. Yeah, fucking. Yay. This is a solid movie, man. So
I
good.
have been pushed around my whole life by lousy men, and I am sick of it. I say that we just give them a little taste of their own medicine right now.
And if you feel that's what you have to do.
This is what I mean. Blood Games can be seen as a woke movie, but it's so satisfying that the girls hurt it. Alley cat, nice stuff. It's one nowhere near. That was a solid ass movie. Yeah. They can play with my balls. You know what I mean? And I think you do. Candy Snatcher is one of your favorite things. Wow. Ooh, pigs. This is one of my favorite things. You guys seen this?
Daddy, tell me the piggy story again.
This little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed home.
Yeah.
This little piggy had...
He feeds those pigs.
No, that's so fast.
And then he eats the pigs.
They got used to eating human flesh. I gotta do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The other pig. The other white pig. Pigs is awesome, man. It is awesome. It is really good. This and Luther are big surprises.
You touch me. Don't you touch me. I don't like pigs touching me.
That's a damn good movie. I tell people it's like Psycho. Well, I guess they would make if other pigs had little pigs. This is what happened to all the pigs that grew up. It's something they were. He was like.
At your neighborhood theater from Sunnyvid, rated R.
Neighborhood
no one
theater.
under 17 admitted without a parent or guardian.
Or guardian. It had like 8 pigs in that movie. Oh, so good.
Throughout America in the early
This is a yay.
20th century,
Yay.
circus carnivals crisscrossed the continental United States. Carny barkers hawked and baited a curious public to come see the sideshow freaks. But of all the bizarre acts,
My pleasure, man. Thanks for hanging out.
the geek. The geek was a
Make
man.
sure you guys are dropping thumbs up, by the way. Do me a favor. Helps the video out. Let's YouTube know what's going on.
Shot of cheap whiskey. He had to bite the head off a live chicken and drink its blood.
America. This is very.
We want to let this Watts character back out in the real
Luther's
world.
very indicative of America, yes. Look at this fucking guy.
Who's Luther Watts?
That's her.
Paroled killer.
Mm.
There's a 2-state alarm out for his arrest.
Coming through, people! Move! Back up! Back up! Come on, back up!
Wow, that's good.
You know what the guards used to call old Luther? The geek. Because he
like to bite his victims on the neck and watch them bleed to death.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, welcome, man. How's it going? Whoa! Well, happy Memorial Day, everybody. That's on YouTube. I can't get anything else. I love YouTube.
That's right, you kill him. You just kill that son of a bitch.
Thanks, pal.
Should have hung the bastard when they had the chance.
Really well made. Surprisingly.
Chicken man.
Better than it should, honestly.
Luther is the story of a different kind of geek.
Great. Oh man, that was the best. Well, that's the best part of the movie. But yes, see if you can, if it's possible, make it happen. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, these are trailers from YouTube. So if they're on YouTube, I can have it on YouTube too.
These are $100 bills.
It's like a yay. I would say
Where
yay.
have you been hiding this?
I have found Papa's horse money.
Who's that?
All right, so you found Papa's horse money, so what about it?
You know who that is?
Why, it's all yours.
Points
All you
to anybody who knows that actress.
It's so short.
Exactly. I can break the rules. All bets are off for me, man. That was she was Endora on Bewitched. Sam's mom.
This is the color of black, baby. It's a whole lot different than white.
I'm a devil. He's a goddamn devil, man. What kind of giant is man? You let that devil sit all of goddamn lies on you. You let this devil and tell all them goddamn lies, man. Oh, go to hell, stupid mother. What the hell am I to do with what you do? I take him out. Hey, baby. 10 and 3?
Oh, man. Why you gotta put me through all this? You know the going rate is 20 and 3.
Okay, 20 and 3.
Welcome home, Brother Charles.
I'll tell you what the movie's about. It might tell you or lure you away. It's about a prisoner who escapes from prison. He's let out on a revenge kill. And he goes on a revenge killing spree. And then you know how he kills people? With his dick. Somehow his dick is like Mr. Fantastic. And he wraps it around guys and chokes them out. That's the movie.
Put out on the streets again. Hey, baby.
And I'll take it off.
Oh, baby, that's a deal.
Dirty, slimy bastard! That's why I meet a man the first chance I get.
Welcome home, Brother Charles. A motion picture about the way it is and the way some people think it should be.
Yep.
That kind of hatred brings on mania.
Look, I didn't come here to be called a maniac, Doctor. Now, a man damn near cuts my manhood off. Now, what am I supposed to do? Nothing?
Wow.
Tell him to come downstairs.
Come down for a moment, dear, please.
What's the matter, honey?
Why just sit down on the floor, face down? But surely you don't take it seriously. All right, hold. Hey, hold it! Goddamn seat. I just want to talk. If I get back, I'll jump. I'll jump. Hold it.
Welcome home, Brother Charles. They tried to take everything, even his manhood.
No, you can. It's a weird movie. They did well enough. They did well enough. Hey, Eric, I'm having a live tomorrow with Aaron and Tony talking Aftermath. If you want to join us, let me know, man. Send me an email. Love to have you on. It is. That's a surprise. You actually never find out until the end of the movie. So it's a spoiler, but you should be prepared. You should be prepared. They didn't show everything. This is a good movie.
What was that?
This is a yay. This is a yay. I know I'm coming. It feels crummy to me. This is a solid movie. That's fun. It is. He makes his music. That would have been amazing, but he would have stolen the movie. Love it, man. That piece is great.
I think we're gonna have a great party.
I don't know what this is. Oh, that was my piece. That's a good movie. I recommend it. If you guys haven't seen it, so that's a solid movie. Oh, I almost bought this. I'm gonna wait. I'm in no hurry. Next time around.
I now give you the ultimate weapon.
It does.
Zach, does he have any idea who's involved?
Since when do you make decisions?
Your father is dead.
You're losing control. Harry, I want you to get a hold of Tiger for me.
What's this?
Sir, I don't think Tiger Yang is
Oh, this is, yeah.
He's running a string of very successful martial arts studios, and he just finished a world tour. Harry, this is too important.
I don't like playing games.
We think Diabolito and his men are moving a shipment of arms. We have every reason to believe that that arms shipment contains the 2 nuclear detonators I told you about. They must be stopped.
I didn't have no story. I got like.
We want you and your black belts to go in there and break up their party.
Did it really?
There's enough information in this letter to hang us all.
There's some Easter eggs. 10 years. Actually, this is plot. Right now.
Hey, I'm out of here. I'm going.
Fuck, that was real. scary, man.
We're not talking about a few guns. We're talking about nuclear detonators.
Mission kill fast. The only way to have
Move.
Whoa! That's so key on it. I'm gonna add that to cart. I gotta get that. That's pretty dang cool. I'm gonna do that right now. That looked really good. I'm shopping along with you guys here. Oh, hey guys. I don't think it'll go fast. 5 seconds left. 5 seconds left for that one. Watch it.
What's this supposed to be? Looks sort of like a Parcheesi game or something.
I know.
Oh, spooky!
I've never seen one like this before. It's a Ouija board.
Well, how do you play? Don't you need dice or something?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's started, right? That's what they say, right?
Communication.
Communication with who?
The dead.
I know. Yeah. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it was. Thanks, man. Spooky is crazy.
Megan, it's spooky as hell inside.
We're coming.
Never trip, but that always happens. Farting Mudman. Apparently it is. I don't have it, but it's a good one. Kubrick in the house. Spookies last night. Kind of a mess, but it's such a fun watch. Great effects.
When Kathy was a child, her mother warned her what would happen if she was
In
bad.
this movie.
I'll have them come and take you away.
Her mother called them lurkers. They scared her then.
What happened to Heavy here?
They're terrifying her now.
For Christ's sake, I don't think I saw it. I did see it.
Lurkers watching her, following her, haunting her.
These things would come out of the walls. Horrible old people.
And I can't help you.
Awesome.
You're a priest. How can you say that? You're my own flesh and blood.
They're not just in her nightmares now. They're real.
Remember when you were a child? You were supposed to die.
And this time, they're going to get her.
Right to be afraid, Kathy.
Lurkers.
This is
about
Mother was right.
Just close your eyes for a big surprise.
The hell was that, man? Lurkers. It's on a 2-disc. It's on a 2-disc with maybe the next one. I don't know. Lurkers and
Put a down payment on this thing just to fix it up.
I like this movie
Practically gave it away.
quite a bit.
Maybe there's a reason for that.
This is a fun movie. The Slip sold out, but actually, let's see. Let's see. The Dead, right? The Dead, something or other. I'll tell you guys if it's in stock. Why isn't that showing? That's an easy one. The house on it's the house on Tombstone. 39
Where
left.
that blood came from?
If you guys want it, 39 left.
Boyfriend's blood.
Primevals and Lurkers, nice. Yeah. Was that worth a grab? Reject? Let me know. 100 movies or what? Exactly. I grabbed this too.
You guys, do you realize how lucky you are? You have the chance for $800 to witness an ancient Balkan rite, something that happens once every 100 years.
Yeah, it's from a movie. Well, the film will show up. The film will show up. This one? Yeah, good here. Good here. I heard good things. Yep. Wonder Women. Great movie. Oh, look at that. Wow. Double feature tournament? Good to go. Nice. I mean, it looks juicy. Look at that. Yes.
Will I see you again? Afterwards?
Wow.
Afterwards, you are his.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait then. That's great. House on Tombstone Hill, 39 left. If you guys want that, I'll check Beyond while we're here. Beyond has over 1,000, so no rush a doodles on that one. Okay.
There's been a mutation.
Yeah, you'll like it. It's a good one, man.
So it's out of control.
Beastmaster? I would say maybe Beastmaster. That's definitely their biggest movie. That's I think their biggest movie of all time. Yes.
Now you leave them no choice.
Not the bees! Oh man, if Vinegar cuts that movie. Oh, nice. Did you find it? Let me know. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of bee movies. There's the Swarm, there's the Bees, there's Killer, I think there's Killer Bees. There's a lot, man. Same here, Tom. Actually, yeah. This was that.
We can be friends.
Bees was like the first one I bought.
Like that, wouldn't you?
This is cool. This is This is a really good movie. It's a friendly. It's a great door. Great door.
Oh, how I long to touch your skin. I'm pushing up a tough, a wall of steel. I'm sticking up a hard, feet in the dirt. I'm shoving up a cool, a thing to see.
Oh, great, man.
Moving up,
having fun over here. Adding close to the party, man.
up a proud head in the clouds, there mountains in the
It's not really spoof movie. It's hard to describe this movie. It's not really a spoof movie. He's like a killer, like a Jason type killer, and he falls in love with a blind girl.
Tell
So-
me, are you? Look,
I understand.
It's goofy, but
everybody has a bad day now and then. Everyone's entitled to it. But killing people isn't going to solve anything.
If only there was something more. It just all seems so pointless.
I'm honored to have everybody here. I love you guys very much. I hope you're having a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. I hope you spent a lot of money at the Vinsyn. While you're at it, drop a thumbs up. Check out the Patreon if you like what I do. This movie's great! This movie's so fucking great. Hey, Phil! Grab the clip. Nice. It's such a good movie, man. Does it really? That is awesome. Yeah, sorry, Alex. What happened? Where's Ronnie driving? This is a crazy ass movie. I'm with you on the anthologies. They don't work for me. It is. Flip, nice. Look at that. Oh, amazing, man. They don't make them look bad anymore, man. I probably should be eating right now. I won't eat, just in case. Zach, let's do this, man. I'll trade you the slip of body melt for Alien from LA. Ooh, that's a bingo. You probably won't pick me up on it, but I'm tapped at this point. Yeah, you can always come. Maybe I'll do it for Black Friday. We'll do this again for Black Friday. Body melt, home straight, yeah. Hey, Steve.
Now wait a minute.
Body melt is great.
Ghost.
Highly recommend
my
it.
house. I want to know who they are.
I told you it's all a legend.
Seymour's gonna be on tomorrow, guys, live with me and Aaron and Tony of the Dead.
What do you know?
Everyone on the island knows. Alma Martine lives.
What is this? Oh. Tony, come on. Look. No, you give me the slip, I'll give you Alien from LA. Perfect.
About you, me, this whole thing.
Even
Why don't we forget it all, huh? What do you say?
That's big. Well, thank you, Tom. I hope you'll stick around. Much more fun to come, and much in the backlog that you'll have to check out. I review a lot of Vinegar Syndrome titles. A lot of fun. Nope. Damn it. Pierre Dino review. Kind of a slow chemical, weird, and now I can tell I really love it.
Little Drusilla, my little Drusilla's godfather. Oh, I had a figure on me once that made men stop dead in their tracks and horses bolt right away with their carriages. Marvelous Mummery Murphy, they
This doesn't feel like a Vinegar Syndrome movie. It does, yeah, you're right. Yeah, just right.
There's a mouse in the haystack with us.
I'm with you on that, Tony. Same. I kind of like them both. Well,
maybe it'll run away.
Oh, maybe that's hard. I don't know.
Sir, I felt it move again.
Oh man, that's like trading diarrhea for diarrhea. No thank you.
I'm being chastised, my young maiden. Can I be forgiven?
That's right. It's a Russ Meyer situation.
All right, Miss Fenella. Out with your hoop and your lollipop. The general's here.
I don't know. Is it Bobby Brisé? I didn't think so. It might be.
Good morning.
What is
What do you
this?
think the Giants will do in the World Series?
Who's the other movie?
And what a small amount can do, a larger amount does even better. Down the hatch!
What is this? Dwarf Twitter? No. This looks pretty awful.
Word good, but interest even better.
Whoa, what the hell is in there? Whoa!
It's been great seeing you, Phil. Bye-bye, boy. Bye-bye. So long, Three-Gun.
Thanks. He's awesome. Rick is amazing, man. I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate you saying that. You know what happened, man? Nothing happened. YouTube, I got like 20 new subscribers during the whole Vinegar Syndrome business this week, and somehow either 20 people unsubscribed or YouTube fucked me and they got rid of like 20 new subs. I don't understand why that happened. That really pissed me off. I work hard for this. This is a good movie. I got actually after I watched it, I went to eBay and got a slip version for $100. Anybody have a shot? There's a shot. $464 shot. Nice. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that you can think it's goddamn accident. What the fuck, man? That just coming around. That sucks, man. So you got issues too? Fuck.
It's rough fighting crime all the time.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I'm subscribed to channels that I haven't watched in a long time. I don't know. Very strange. Shot? Yeah, I think Aaron, for the most part, likes. Not to speak for him, but I think he likes most of the Vinegar Syndrome titles. At least he speaks positively about most of them. Yeah. Yeah, yes, this is good. This is one of my favorites, guys. This is where we get. This is cool good. This is a big song. Yeah, you'll hear it.
Think she'll be pleased with us?
Dude, the slip for this is amazing.
Yeah, and everything went so perfect. Not quite.
Yeah. This is like a low-budget James Bond.
She was 100 years ahead of her time.
Sid Haig.
Her genius and her talents transcends the question of human morality.
Brain sex. There are thousands of erotic areas not fully experienced by the ordinary mind. Brain sex may work for you, but some of us still prefer physical contact.
That is beautiful. Beautiful. Yes, yes.
Hey, Mike. Looks like someone does not like you so much, huh?
Nice.
Yeah, it must be my warm and loving personality.
It's never sounds like that. I'm vinyl, man.
Bitch. He's mine.
Tonight only, sweetheart.
So good, man. Oh, another one of my quick notes, man. Thanks so much, man. This is a good movie, man. Ready, that left. I'll answer that question. Everything is painful to shoot in a movie. Nothing is easy. Not even sex scenes are fun. Everything is difficult and time-consuming and not as fun as you think it is. Making movies is difficult. Yeah. Well played, nerd. You're with your people. That's what marriage is about. You're alone. I'm here for you, always. Oh, yes. This is a good movie, but it's really strange.
How is she?
Really strange.
There was a tremendous amount of damage. Her uterus was ruptured. We had a hysterectomy to stop.
We'd love to hear it.
Did you know that these same things have happened before?
Back.
30
We would have
years
made like
ago,
40 movies in the 70s, man. Are you kidding me?
and murders occurred.
Different worlds.
None of those cases were ever solved.
Amusement park. Yeah. What is that? I've never heard of that. George Romero's amusement park? I don't even know what that is. It's the Incubus. If you want an Incubus, the slip is great, but it's gone. 736 left on it if you want to grab that before this goes over. Yeah. It's all about rape. It's all about like crazy rape. Yeah, so it's not a normal movie. Yeah, same here. Same here. Absolutely true.
What are you talking about? Michael! Michael's brain is inside of the dinosaur.
Another strange choice. The grabbing dick. Grabbing dick.
Coming after you. I'm a T-Rex on the prowl, a reptile on the move. Better watch your step. I'm coming after you. Dinosaur music.
Humanoid.
Inside my brain.
Is there anything humanoid? You hear like humanoid. Humanoid, yeah. I know that guy. I like him. That's on your block today. Yeah, right.
Stupidest idea I've ever heard of.
Children of the Corn! Who remembers that guy? He was Eli or Caleb or some shit. I forget the name of the character from Children of the Corn, but that's him. Children of the Corn guy. Tammy and the T-Rex. Let's see what that's at.
The barrier between life and death is no greater than the thickness of a door. And now, the door is open.
Over 1,000.
Crown International Pictures presents The Hearse.
Welcome to Blackford. You plan on staying very long?
Blackford.
I'm not exactly sure yet. Maybe for the summer.
A beautiful woman trying to escape her past
When my marriage ended, I nearly cracked up.
becomes trapped in a past far more terrible than her own.
I know what your aunt did here. She worshipped the devil.
He believes we can live forever, even beyond death.
What diabolical forces are manipulating her life?
Is it Malachi? Malachi.
I am possessed.
that locket?
Oh, it belonged to my aunt.
I wouldn't show it to
Yes.
many people around you.
Yeah, Shadow Whaler.
It's the devil's
He's in one of my
sign.
films. Great guy. Really
Why
nice
is
dude.
she being pursued by a phantom on wheels?
The hearse that carried your aunt's body.
How is it? Is it worth
Exploded
it?
in
Is
the
it
flames.
worth a purchase?
Stranger than that,
Yeah.
there was no sign of the driver or your aunt's coffin.
What horrifying destiny will be fulfilled
Ice Cream Man is sold out, by the way.
when at last she encounters the hearse?
What do you want?
An ancient house.
It's haunted. And you're a ghost.
A classic car.
It's still roaming the old county roads in search of victims.
You're not gonna get me, you're not!
A terrifying confrontation with evil.
Cast thy servant death into hell!
Those would be good. Those would be good.
Trish Van Devere. Joseph Cotton.
Anybody there?
The hearse. A classic experience in fright.
That looks pretty good. That looks okay. I can wait on it. I got the book already, man. I bought 2 months. Here's a question for the chat. The boards are talking about reissuing slipcovers. Reissuing slipcovers or alternate slipcovers for titles that already had slipcovers, or just generic slipcovers for new titles. Where do you guys stand on the slipcover question? Should they reprint? Should they have alternate versions or just generics? Because some people just want the slipcover to protect the case. Let me know.
Communicate. I'm into sunshine, awareness, good karma,
I heard this sucks.
vibes, and witchcraft.
Love it. That's Valley Band. Don't want you slip, okay? Those notes don't have them. Gotcha. Whoa! Oh yeah.
Oh, wow, man. Her head's all gone.
All covers. I think those who missed out the first time around, maybe re-release some old ones, even if it's a limited time. Okay. Well, has anybody seen this? I don't know what this movie's about.
Be a winner.
Is it worth it?
Are you listening to me? Are you listening with all your heart and soul? With all your dreams, your hopes, your ambitions? Be a winner.
Yeah.
Baby, it's star time. We'll always be together when it's star time. We'll walk the line forever and ever. Whatever.
Okay. What the hell? Yeah.
When it's
How the hell? They know. Start time. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. Maybe if I'm trying before I buy. If you have a t-shirt like this, not that I'm anybody's gonna want a t-shirt. But I'm gonna have a T-shirt that says my masterclass is top 10 rules for collecting movies. I'm gonna have to get a list on it. Those are nice clips. I guess this is Dark Room. I haven't seen this one.
That was my father's darkroom.
No kidding, I didn't know that.
He was a real photography nut.
Hey! Aaron here. You were right that Pet 78 he was Elvis. Thanks for the info, man. Aaron, do you recommend Star Time?
He killed them all, and I
It
think
does.
next.
Demon of the Wind and Bloodbeat. Bloodbeat has a great slip, but it's a ridiculous movie. It makes no freaking sense. Oh, Raw Force. That's the movie that I think it's a fun movie, but it gets overblown as the next great thing. It's okay. It's fine. I saw it in theaters like years and years ago. Star Time creeped you out? Okay.
Mercenary, soldier
That's
of
saying
fortune.
something.
He's more than a man. He's a walking death machine.
He's like a gang of guys.
Undercover cop. Her deadliest weapon is her body.
Her boob.
Mike O'Malley.
Okay, so, okay.
Stuntman.
What do you want us to do? Fight our champions.
Only this time the action's for real.
For real. It's only for real, man.
Black belt. Primed for action with one blow.
Nut crunch.
The death blow. Only
Burbank Karate Club.
fury of the
The only way I was
unstoppable
getting
team.
t-shirts, man.
Raw force. Join them as their carefree vacation cruise turns into hell. on
Yeah,
high
it's a fun movie, man. It's very strange.
What was that?
Final port of call.
Hey, all right, man. Have fun. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Take care.
Uncharted and
Hey, Reject. If you'd like to join us, tomorrow I'm having a live after party with a whole bunch of people live. Email me. My email's in the description. And we'll get you on with it.
Who will win? The living or the living dead?
Aaron, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it.
John Dresden, Gillian Kesner, Jeff Binney, Raymond King, and Cameron Mitchell.
Not really a Bruce Lee kind of film. It's very much a Filipino exploitation movie. About karate guys from Los Angeles that ended up on a karate island with like zombies that go karate. That's I don't think Bruce would be in that movie, but essentially. Special Force? What? What? Special Force? Is that the original name? Hey, what's up, Scott? Yeah, that's a fun movie. You have to get that.
For 30 years, a sinister secret lay hidden behind these walls.
Firecracker, yes.
For a second time. Just stay clear of this area.
Good way to put it.
But there is something mysterious about this place that draws him closer to the truth.
8 p.m. your time, buddy. 8 p.m. your time.
I'm going in for a closer look.
Stop whatever you're doing. Don't go near the vault.
I'm waiting for your sale. I want to get it.
Secret is going to come out.
This is a great movie. Well,
The hobgoblins are
great.
Too late.
And they're looking to party.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Stop breathing all over me.
She must be happy to see him.
No one is safe from these cagey critters.
These creatures have a power. They can tap into your brain and sense the things that you really want to do. What's wrong with that? They also try to kill you.
But first, they will grant your heart's desire.
Do you kiss on the first date?
I go all the way on the first date.
My kind of woman.
Then they will uncover your most secret fantasies.
Amy would never come to a place like this.
Let's go, Miss Proud to present Miss Amy Vinsyn.
Oh my God.
And when your wildest dream is about to come true,
Get off the stage!
these gruesome gremlins turn it into a nightmare.
What's going on here? Just a problem involving some small predators, sir.
We need to stage a diversion. And I have just what you need.
Because getting everything you want can be hazardous to your health.
War isn't pretty.
Hobgoblins, they'll make you party.
In a rowdy crowd tonight.
Till you drop dead.
If it makes me laugh hilariously, then I love it, and it's the movies that piss me off and bore me that are really bad. Most recent one, Alley Cat. I took that on Amazon Prime. I thought that was nothing. It has nothing to offer for me. Most recent, that was the one I really dislike. Hard Tower is really bad. It's the one that's leaving me cold. But if I'm laughing and having a good time, then it's a winner. Winner, chicken dinner. I know Tony loves hobgoblins. Oh, I just got this. I hear this is really good. Yeah. This guy has a good voice. Usually the trailers and the posters are good. That's how they sucker you in.
Hello, Thelma.
Oh my God. They let you out.
Mm.
You know, Terry, if I were you, I wouldn't tell anybody where you've been.
Oh. What's his name again? Gosh, John something.
Go put your
I forget this guy's name. Is that the ad for release? I have it, but I have not seen it.
I saw the way you looked at her. And I wish you'd call me Mom.
Killing Kind?
Did you hear? Look at you, showed everything you got. He did this. It's your fault. I saw you leading him on like a cheap whore. Now you
That would be cool.
You hear me? I know you didn't touch that.
I have a video on the channel. Actually, three-part video that explains all the movies I've made. Too many to go into right now, but I've made 5 movies. I've directed 5 movies. I've written 13 that got made.
Take care of yourself.
John Savage. That's it. That's it.
Come on, who is this?
I gotta watch those. I gotta watch those, man.
You didn't do it, did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh shit! This looks good. This looks interesting. Oh man, I can't wait to find out what that means. I can guess. That's pretty great. That's pretty damn great. I just bought this. I wanted to slip. It'll be here eventually. Maybe hopefully the real Black Friday.
Bela Lugosi, Lon Chaney, and Conrad Ragzov. All stars who lived and died, but only one came back.
Let's steal his corpse.
Hey, let's take the body back and show it to the girls.
Conrad.
You know who's in this? One of our favorite genre actors. They'll show him eventually.
This time, die!
Whoa! There he is. Jeffrey Combs. Anybody see this? Whoa!
Bad. I know someone is after me.
Don't come alone.
Yeah. Explosion touch. Don't come along, guys. You have to watch it with somebody. Even blood balls. That's good too. I don't know. I don't know about Frightmare, maybe. What a name! Yes. Oh! This game is just okay. Everybody's going crazy for
Treating
it.
your niece
It's
since
just
she was a
okay.
child. Her behavior's been normal for over 10 years now, Cora. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with Susan. What's really bothering you, Cora?
Susan is starting to behave the same way her mother did before she died.
It helped.
Now, let you and I get going again.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, it's an okay movie.
You're the only one that's going, Ben.
What's wrong with my wife?
She's not your wife. The woman you're living with looks like Susan. She looks exactly like your wife, but she's not your wife.
Oh, my God! I can't help you now.
Susan, please.
Margarita, is it around?
Never seen you like this before.
I've never felt like this before.
It has sold out. Oh wait, yeah, all gone. You can't get it yet. They'll reprint it.
Midvale High,
They'll
and
reprint
7
it.
days till graduation.
It's a fun movie for sure.
The class of '81 is going out in style, and they're having the time.
Oh, graduation
of their
day.
life.
Duh, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Obviously.
It's been a great year.
This
for
is the most
Midvale
requested
High.
split,
The
man.
track team finished first in the state.
Black Friday, Black Friday.
Midvale always produces winners.
So good.
Sally Prescott is the top gymnast in the school. She plans to go to college in the fall.
Does she know?
Paula Kastoff won 5 cross-country events in the past
Oh,
year.
okay.
She jogs to school every morning.
I wonder if this is the same t-shirt.
Ralph Johnson is the football team's star halfback.
Yes. I love that name.
Pete McFarland set the state record in the pole vault.
Pete!
Tony and Dolores were king and queen of the prom.
Whoa!
The class of '81's being fitted for caps and gowns and coffins.
I think so. I think so. As good as it gets for most movies, yeah.
There's 200 seniors at Midvale High and 7 days till graduation. Too bad there'll be no one to celebrate with. Graduation day.
Well, there you go. Zach. Best transfers. And now this white screen. Shoulder boulder holders. What a I've never heard that phrase in 1,000. Rivals Criterion. Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, I love this movie. It's so weird, but it's so fun.
You're a truly fine winemaker.
He flatters me. I'm not that successful. In fact, I'm still looking for that.
The perfect ingredient.
This is a fun movie, man. I like the movie. It's weird, but I like it. It makes me happy. Wow. Hey, I just got a new patron. Thank you so much. I don't know if you're here, pal, but... Thank you so much, Armin Yazdi. I appreciate that very much. It's an honor to have you as one of my patrons. I hope to make you happy. Please join me. Remember, I cannot monetize on YouTube, so if you want to help out the channel, all this costs money, you know, hosting the things. Help me out on Patreon to help.
The human mind possesses vast
I can
and
keep this
totally
going.
unexplored resources of psychic energy.
Every object has an energy force, an aura around it.
It's a great set, man. I missed out on it, man. Yeah. Great movie.
If the full force of this psychic energy is mastered, it can turn the human mind into the deadliest weapon in the universe.
The energy force in any human
That's hard, man.
can be controlled.
I mean, I would say my first movie was my favorite movie. The one that made friends. No, had no issues on it.
Learn to
Had such a
control
good
the
time.
art of releasing energy from his living.
I love it. I love that. That's Monster Man. Maybe I'll show it for you too sometime.
Or spirit, if you will, is malevolent, mean, angry. And this spirit goes out to murder those whom he thinks have done him
Wow.
Meet
It's out.
Arnold Masters. Arnold is very imaginative.
That's a fun movie, man.
He can think of millions of ways to murder, and he just might try them all. The Psychic Killer.
I understand that these were accidental deaths. Because there's no other logical explanation, is there?
I've explained it a whole bunch of times. I don't want to bore everybody who's heard it before.
There is no possible
Essentially, it's an
defense against
AdSense
this
issue
maddening
that I cannot get around.
There's no trace of blood,
Email.
no footprints other than his.
Fortunate.
And I know damn well she didn't do it because she's not big enough to break his neck the way we found it.
It can attack any time.
I don't like this movie. I don't like it.
Anywhere. Anyone.
I didn't come here to hurt you. I wanted to see you.
Good reference.
Should I be afraid of you?
I've been watching you all evening.
How could you do that?
I watched you make love to him. I wish it had been me.
No pulse.
This is psychic. You get it?
No breathing.
No heartbeat.
No, nothing.
This is a weird movie. I don't like it the first time I saw this, but I grew
Might
up.
notify all the potential victims if you wish. I already have. If that'll do any good. I doubt it.
Everything I love dies. First it drives you mad, then it kills, and kills, and kills. The evil of the future has arrived.
If I
The
could,
Psychic Killer.
there's no email or phone number. It is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I don't want to go down that road, but it's just awful, man. They don't care. They don't fucking care. Even though we are the lifeblood of this fucking service, this channel, YouTube. Without us, there's no YouTube, but whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm having fun with you guys. When I stop having fun, then I start thinking about other things to do. I like this part. I like this movie. It's weird. I enjoyed this.
Marvelous Mervo at your service.
Yes, Mervo!
Damn, you scared the
It's
shit out
amazing.
of me.
Marvelous Mervo at your service. Marvelous.
Come on, everybody at home. All along like this.
and I'll do my best to entertain you with magic and laughter, 'cause that's my game. I could light up the sky
Crazy
each
guy.
day at sunrise and darken the clouds when it's time to rain. That's some of the magic I have mastered. I'll show you the rest when you call my name.
It really is.
I wanna make the whole world laugh, even if the laugh's on me. Oh,
there's only one way to find out.
I paint a smile upon my face, there for everyone to see.
You don't like it?
So
That's
put
not
a
for everybody.
smile on your face,
That's not for
and
everybody.
old friend Mervo, whenever you're feeling alone and blue, like marvelous Mervo, you'll soon discover a smile can do magical things for you.
Does the soundtrack have this song? Zach? How amazing is that? Yeah. I remember the girl in this is really cute. I actually don't own Blood Harvest. I actually watched it with Joe Bob. I think Joe Bob did it. I know, and I think that's what makes the movie so interesting.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
happy to see me.
Yeah, me too.
People are always happy to see me. Marvelous Mervo.
Fucking crazy, bro. Love that guy. Jesus, what a performance. Honestly, one for the ages. Oh, who got this? I watched it. I was not impressed. I didn't need it.
I took 4 of my students on a field trip.
Oh, what a fun
It seemed
trailer.
like a good idea at the time.
For an awful movie.
What seems to be the problem, Marvin?
Just
Can't say right off, but something's wrong somewhere.
Come on. We've all had it and loved it. Not all, Bobby. Do you mean to tell me that we actually have a virgin among us? Either you like it or you don't. It was meant to be used, not to just sit on. That's all very understandable if you're talking
Aaron,
about
you don't like
dogs.
Barry Lindsay? Wow. Wow. John.
Yeah, lucky for us, you guys happened to come along.
Like, guys are so saying.
Come here, I want to talk to you.
She's doing out here in the middle of the desert.
Hey, you know, you're really pretty.
Tommy King, man. Yep.
But sometimes things can get out of hand.
Yeah, there he is. There he is.
The well-being
I love those glasses. They look like Spider-Man as.
Look, we don't have much money, but I could probably give you about...
your money.
Well, then what do you want?
Whoa!
You'd be surprised what a piece of ass would do for
Why? Bunch of tacos. Hey, cool. Okay, awesome class. He's going to this movie problem.
Hey, come back! Oh, you want to fight with me, huh? Pretty brave.
It's a good one to watch, but it's kind of, I don't know, it's really dark, man, obviously.
Tina, you're our last chance. You've got to get out of here and get help.
Nice.
Take your pick. Go ahead. You take anyone you want.
Alright, just an update.
You what? You okay?
We're gonna have Brad here in about 15 minutes. Coming up.
Step number 1. Step number 2. And this is step number 3. Where you going? Sit down. I haven't seen step number 4 yet.
Watch him, I'll take care of this one.
I haven't heard that name in forever. It's gone, man. It's gone.
How far should a teacher go to protect her students? Trip with the teacher.
Take a trip with the teacher. It's okay. You're not missing out on anything, man. You're not missing out. Aaron will send you his. He doesn't want it, you know. Demon
60 years ago, an
nuts.
entire family
In a
vanished without a
beautiful way.
trace. Now one young man must face the demon wind.
That is not a fart.
How do we get to the Carter place from here?
You can't?
I think something bizarre has been going on at that farm for a long time. I want to find out what.
It's a gateway to hell, and there's no turning back.
Nu protesta Santana vivet?
No, man. Brad Henderson, he works for VINEGAR. I'm going to interview him inside of the video.
Now Satan shall walk.
And he does acquisitions. He does special features. So we're going to be able to explain about the inner workings of VINEGAR.
You were mine.
Sorry, I was going to send it to you.
No, it really is beautiful.
Oh no! Kubrick was mad! I'm Demon Wind! Oh man, this is such a blood now. You have to talk about this. Hear that, Turtle? You're gonna have Demon Wind.
I will be done.
Yeah, why not? Well, that's why you're out of your mouth. If Barry Lyndon had turned to a magician, then Aaron would be all up in that. All of everyone's guts. Whoa! That makeup is like the worst, but it's awesome at the same time. Like they couldn't decide on a design. They're like, what about this? Okay, yeah, how about this? Yeah, add that, add this, add that. And he just looks like everything relevant in the car. It's very Evil Dead. Very Evil Dead.
Now you don't. Now you're dead. Demon Wind.
Nice. And Netflix is a great review. Awesome. I'll check it out. No. Scream Factory, I believe.
Ah, it's summer. And it's time to relax and
What,
enjoy
what?
the world's most popular recreational activity.
I like this movie. Long as hell. Like 2 hours. But it's a good movie.
My hearing. A sport as challenging as it is exciting.
Right up for bait.
Yes, it's Bloodhook. And fishing was never like this. Bloodhook casts you into the heart of the world famous Musky Madness fishing contest.
It's him! He's doing it!
Its various contestants.
We're all like time bombs waiting to go off.
And the one fisherman who's the most unique fisherman of them all. The master fisherman. This master caster will teach you all the angles.
It's 47 if you want it.
He'll reveal his prize-winning methods for selecting and preparing his own bait. Yes, fellow anglers, this is your chance to learn the art of planting your hook and riding in your catch.
It does. It's a good movie.
So come on down and join the master at this most delightful pastime. Bloodhook.
Understood.
For the catch of the day.
It is. Get down. Absolutely.
Bloodhook is filled to the gills with a talented cast of young new stars.
You want the Snyder cut of Bloodhook?
It is lavishly produced by David Herbert and expertly directed by James Mallon.
Yep.
See Bloodhook and learn all the tricks for catching even the most elusive species. And more.
The bigger
So
the
pack
better.
up your gear and get ready for a most unusual fishing expedition. Blood hook. You can't worm your way out of this one. See blood hook. Fishing was never like this.
No, it wasn't. It absolutely was not.
Fishing is rude.
Rude. There you go. I've never heard it described that way, but if you want it, it's 47 left on that one. No reprint though. Yeah, this is not going out of town anytime soon. A muskie, hey, wow.
You're young, attractive, healthy, and you're swimming around in a toilet bowl.
Well, you're about to find out. Blood hook.
The hell it is. You think you're out there by yourself? I'm on that street too, goddammit. Every time I see a kid like you turning a trick, I want to blow up the whole goddamn strip.
Leave me alone.
Secrets of the night, hungry for the light, no explanation.
You know what? Can I just say, I wish that Alley Cat was as good as Angel, but it's not. I mean, Angel packs a punch. Alley Cat, unfortunately, it's kind of lame. All the Angel movies are way better, unfortunately. But, you know, if you don't have them.
We are prisoners of our own making.
I would love it, but they don't do good movies. I think they start in the 90s, which I agree with.
The search of life and master the risks we are taking. But you could
Historically, anyway, sure.
Without giving this a try. Secrets of the heart won't keep us apart, no separation.
It's not amazing. It's not amazing. You know what's a better movie? You know what's better than Angel, but the same kind of movie? Vice Squad. Have you guys seen Vice Squad? Yeah, Vice Squad. It's on Scream Factory put that shit out. That's a good fucking movie. Holy shit.
Go home now and spank your monkey numbnuts.
Great ending. Vice Squad is so dang good. I watched Angel a lot back in the day. Hey, he's here. All right, let's put a pause here. Add to stream. Brad,
how's it going?
Hey man, thank you so much for being here, pal.
No problem. And this is live, right?
Yes, we are live right now. I'm just clearing up my
Sweet.
thing here. We're live right now, and we've just been watching nearly 2 hours of Vinegar Syndrome trailers.
That's a lot.
Well, you know, we have this. It's the it's the warm up act. So now that you're here, we'll have a chance to pick your brain. Oh wait, hold on. I just got an email. My halfway sale just shipped, guys. That was fast. Wow, nice job.
Impossible.
Brad, welcome again. Guys, Mr. Brad Henderson is here. Now, tell us a little bit, sort of more in detail about your job description over there at Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah, my job is primarily special feature production, so putting together, all the commentaries, all the interviews, hiring editors, hiring videographers to shoot and edit this stuff for us. And then another big part of that is acquisitions, of course. Just recommending titles, finding material, doing licensing, that type of thing. That's pretty much day in and day out. And then just a couple things here and there, but primarily my focus is just that. I always feel a little silly when these sales come up and people ask me about certain coupons and stuff that I don't know. I don't deal with that at all. Right. And plus I'm in Florida. Everybody else, well, not everybody else, but most of them are in Bridgeport, in-house doing that stuff. So, I mainly focus, like I said, just on the special features side and acquisitions.
Yeah, that was actually going to be one of my questions, because it seems like the team is all broken. So sort of not broken up, but it's sort of in different parts of the world, not the world, but the U.S. I'm a Florida boy too. I grew up in Miami. So so it's nice to connect with a fellow Floridian. So how difficult is that? Because you're in Florida. Bridgeport is like, I guess, the home base.
That's where the lab is, and you know, the archive store, and pretty much the offices as well. So it's not no, it's not hard or troubling at all. You know, I guess at times I feel just a tiny out of place because I'm not there with everybody. But that's my own thing. That's just how I feel and how I perceive things. But no, it doesn't really affect anything. I mean, we constantly have meetings and, you know, email threads about everything, phone calls. So, you know, I don't feel I miss too much of that just because, you know, I'm also kind of just like a lone wolf at times because I set off to do these, like, all these interviews and everything. And when the time comes to kind of put the packages together, you know, they have to go to, because you have some people that do, the restoration side and, you know, helping with the artwork and helping with the manufacturer side. So everything kind of comes together, and it's almost like celebratory in a way, because, you know, we get this title ready and then I see the artwork for the first time and stuff like that, because it's just, I'm just not in, you know, it's not like we're all working. I mean, we're all working on the same movie, but we're all doing so many things at certain times. And also we have so many movies that are going on, you know, each month there's X amount of titles. There's these big sales, you know, we have partner labels now. So there's just a lot going on. So it's almost like every month it's kind of exciting for all of us because I get to see like everything kind of come together. But yeah, I just kind of most of us do just our own thing. I work with people with like the special features and discussing like, are we going to make this like a longer piece, like a doc, or we're going to like cut it up into just the individual interviews on the disc. You know, I just kind of make those calls depending on, you know, after I do some of the interviews or know who I'm going to get, you know, just depending on, can this be actually one piece? You know, how many can we actually get? You know, because that's kind of like happened with The Fear, you know, even though I know that's a big mixed reactions for that film, you know, I was the big, you know, driving force behind that one, just because I kind of grew up with that film. And, you know, I do have a very soft spot for it. And then when we, you know, started doing everything and working with Greg Sims, you know, the producer on the film, you know, he started telling me stories. He's still in contact with all these people from the movie. And it's just like, oh, we can get this person, this person, this person, this person. And it's like, oh, everybody's still friends. Like, you know, like Darren and I'm drawing a blank on the guy that plays the lead in the film. They're still best friends. They were in each other's weddings. You know, so it's just like, oh, well, this is going to be something really cool that we can kind of put together. And it's almost like a family element. Even though it was more of a, you know, a quote unquote Hollywood picture, there is kind of this, you know, regional aspect behind it, even though it is kind of a, you know, a Hollywood production in a way. It's still very independent, but we are able to kind of tell this like cool story, you know, behind the scenes, which, you know, a lot of people like that short, you know, doc that we did on that disc.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that, especially nowadays, when you talk collecting and boutique labels, the thing that's so important, especially as a collector and as a fan, is all those supplemental materials. But that, you know, some people don't realize how difficult that can really be to put together. I mean, you know, finding people and connecting people, finding, you know, yeah, like you said, videographers and all that stuff. What has been, and this might be a tricky question, but what has been the most difficult release you've worked on?
Samurai.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, just because, you know, 6-string was easy in a sense, but it was also very difficult. Because as you'll see when 6-string comes out, there is a 72-minute documentary basically about the film. So really a feature here. And, you know, Lance, the director, Lance Mungie, was just a huge driving force behind everything. I mean, working with him was, you know, just as great as working with Don Coscarelli on The Beastmaster. But Lance, you know, Lance wanted to be involved like 100%, you know, and it was really amazing to have such an important film for him that launched his career, and then he kind of gets to circle back and almost kind of relive the experience, because the film's, you know, been not really out of print because Palm has had it on YouTube. There's been a DVD, but this is the first like restoration and kind of revival, you know, for the film. And it was really neat to kind of watch him reconnect with a lot of people, because that's what we did. And what we did with it that makes it so, you know, difficult was that Lance wanted to be part of everything, which was fine by me. It was just we had to set it up. So Lance was in LA and he wanted to conduct the interviews, which I thought was a great idea, but I've never done that before. So Lance, obviously he's very techie. So he has his own setup, his own, you know, studio. So he would set up the camera on himself. We would do a Zoom for him, and then we would hire someone to go to, you know, the person he's interviewing and do a Zoom on that side.
Wow.
So he was doing the interview via Zoom, but we're also having 2 HD pictures, you know, basically, you know, cutting back and forth. So, I mean, we had all the Red Elvises. Brian Tyler took, like, it was so amazing because Brian Tyler's just, he's massive.
Yeah.
You know, he's fucking conducting, you know, Marvel scores and stuff like that. He's between 3 Marvel movies right now. And I just like, let's just give it a shot, you know, just to see, you know, just because I think it's going to be a no. And he just immediately is like, yes, I want to do this. And it was just about a lot of coordination. But, you know, he got to reconnect with Brian Tyler. So Brian Tyler's on there. You know, a lot of Lance's studio, or not studio, his longtime friends working on the movie. So, like, I think a PA, the DP was on there, Kristen, which also did a commentary with Lance as well. Just all these, you know, interviews that we did. And Elijah Drenner edited it, who did, you know, the Beastmaster Chronicles. And I'm thinking about it. I was just like, this is so insane, because there's so much footage. Because when we're doing it, we have the footage from the videographer, Lance's footage. Then we have the Zoom stuff, you know, because we have to, you know, with the queue up on the audio. So we're just dumping all these files into our file mail. And it's just like hundreds and hundreds of gigs. And I'm like, I don't even know where to start. And Elijah, of course, is brilliant and amazing and one of the best in the business. And, you know, he just made it all come through. And he was sending me, you know, basically like 15, 20-minute interstitials and like just watching it and saying, I was like, holy shit. I was like, this is amazing. And it turned out to be one of the best things I've ever seen. Wow. You know, and it's a kind of weird because, you know, you help create something. You don't want to, like, you know, yeah, you can be like, oh man, I'm so good. Thank you. But it's just like, you know, it's so nice to kind of watch this stuff come together because it's you know, it's part of our product and part of the special features that we're putting on together for these movies, but it's also so much about the filmmakers themselves. And you know, when we approach these people, you know, it's not really a business. You know, I mean, it is a business at the end of the day, but it's not a business to us. Like, it's a big passion. Like, we love these movies just as much as the filmmakers, and we want to celebrate them. You know, whether they're, you know, goofy movies like Fatal Exam, or it's something like Beastmaster that's, you know, worldly known and shown on television every single day. You know, we handle each film, and you know, the care that we put into these movies, we handle them the same. The special features are handled the same. You know, some films were able to do big grand things like Beastmaster and Six String and The Fear, and we did a huge one on Surf 2. And then other times, you know, maybe people are busy or we can't reach them or they don't want to be a part of it. Then we have like a couple interviews on a disc. But that doesn't mean that we're handling it any different. We always kind of want to be this, you know, this big story. It just depends on what we can get out of people.
Right. I'm reminded of an audio interview on LA Wars, which I think it was you who did the interview, and I was like,
Yeah.
wow, see, I appreciate that. I'm usually not a big fan of audio interviews, but I appreciate that you wanted to at least include something with the guy and get his take on it. So I do appreciate going that extra effort, and that shows obviously a lot of fans.
Yeah, I mean, LA Wars was kind of a different thing, just because we had a lot of trouble. You know, that was another film that was actually one of the very first films, because when I started doing a couple things for Vinegar Syndrome here and there, you know, I basically was kind of hounding James and Brandon. I was like, I would love to do something. I was like, I have these contacts. I know, the rights. I know where material is, just because I kind of wanted to do this myself, back in the day. And I just, it's just too costly. And then I was just like, I think it was like an email from like James or Brandon or something. They were just, okay, well, just, whatever you can see, just whatever, friendly, of course. But it just kind of like, yeah, sure. And so then, like, the next day, I was like, all right, here's like 5 films in the material. And they're like, oh, shit, we didn't know that was going to happen. And one of them was LA Wars, just because I've known Tony for a while and a big fan of that movie. It just, the elements were just completely just all over the place. It was a very, very difficult project. And, it was an action movie that we weren't doing that type of action yet. So, I guess everybody was a little apprehensive to see kind of how this would do, because really, like, those 90 action movies really haven't been out on these boutique labels at that time when, we were acquiring it and getting everything, set up. So it was kind of like, there was a couple like last minute things. And it was just that, Vince was very busy in, Toronto. He owns a restaurant out there, and he's very much into doing stuff with his kids. So it was just kind of like a last minute thing. But both, we did two audio interviews with that. But Vince was a good guy. He still is a good guy. He's a good friend of mine, and he still messages me from time to time, because he knows. We actually had a Vince Madurko marathon with my buddies and I, and he like videoed in when we did it. We just like watched like 4 or 5 like Vince Madurko films.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, no, that was fun, because I've known Vince for a while. But that was a huge project for me, just because I was kind of newer to all of that, and plus, I was just a huge fan of the movie, and I just knew that it was going to be special. I was also nervous that how is an audience going to react to these types of movies? Because, with all our titles, we respect them 100%. We're not here to make fun of them. We're not here to ham them up. We're not here to poke fun at filmmakers. We want to celebrate each and every movie. But on the side, we also know what these movies are. We know how they like to have fun. Something like All American Murder. It's a fun movie, It's not, Academy Award winner, but it's a fun movie. Yeah. Like, if you get some beers with your buddies and watch that movie, I guarantee you're going to be laughing pretty much the entire time. But we're not making fun of it, And LA Wars is kind of like that. It's just really just kind of this wacky action film with with a very funny lead, and Vince is such a family man and just a goofy guy in general. Watching him kind of like in these action movies is just kind of, it's really funny once you kind of get to know him, because he's so normal, He's just a very, very normal guy.
That's awesome. I don't know if you can reveal this. You probably can't, but I'm going to ask anyway. Will we see Vince return to VS at some point?
I sure hope so.
Okay.
I sure hope so. I mean, it's all down to rights and stuff. I mean, I'm a big Vince Madurko fan, so
yeah.
I wish I had. If you want to hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
I have.
Whoa, Tom, your brother is Ron Ford? Oh man! Oh crap, dude! I know.
What is that? Who's Ron Ford's brother? The Rider of the Fear?
Yes, one of our people watching here. That's awesome. Tom, do me a favor. Tell Ron Jose says hi. We wrote a movie together. We wrote I'm blanking on the goddamn name. It was called Song of the Vampire. I think it was released under Vampire Resurrection for Full Moon. Tell him I say hi, man. That's awesome. Small world. Anyway, what do you got?
This is Vince's signed picture to me.
Nice.
He has that. Vince really likes Minions and Despicable Me.
Really?
And this
Okay.
is his other picture. Says train hard, live life. Thank you for the positive comments. Look forward to training. Look forward into training me to be the best.
Oh,
but yeah,
man.
Vince is such a good guy, man. He's such a fun loving person. He's one of my favorite people.
That's amazing. Well, let's. Well, since we're on the subject of VSAs, I always have people ask me what's the difference between regular and VSAs, and I go, well, the A stands for archive, but there's so many different genres released under there that it's hard to pin it down. Can you give sort of the best definition you can for VSA?
Like what determines like a VSA?
Yeah. Like
yeah,
what?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of a multitude of things. A lot of it has to deal with some of these movies being straight to video.
Okay.
That's a big that's part of like the driving force behind it. There's also like this want to these movies, like if we're basically like how many copies, like so films that we license for X amount of years, we think that this is going to do like very well, and we can repress them. The VSAs are limited because
Right.
it's just one of those things where it's just like we think this is how it's going to do, or maybe it's a movie that's not very well known that needs to gain an audience. Some of those movies are bigger than we anticipated, some not so much. So it's just kind of like all over the place. But I mean, there's so many variables in it. It's kind of hard to like pinpoint, but that's kind of like how it goes is believing in the movie, doing a limited edition, also kind of that, direct to video type thing. So like martial law, even if they have this small, very, very small theatrical run, I mean, that's part of, that's okay. But like if they're big hits, like on video, I mean, obviously like LA Wars, martial law films, I'm drawing a blank on all the other VSAs at the moment.
Right.
But that's kind of part of it. It's kind of like an interdepartment decision, but it's just kind of like a variables and checklists for the most part. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I always wondered what gets sort of determined between a regular release and a VSA. Tony of the Dead here with a question: are there any talks about VS releasing the adult film F? I've been suggesting it for years.
That would probably be more of a question for Joe Rubin, but I'm not going to disclose any titles that we're possibly going to do.
Okay,
we don't do that.
Fair enough. Yeah, he's unfortunately he cannot give any hints. But
I tell everybody. I kind of tell everybody this. It's all the movies are on our radar. It's just who wants to do it? Do we think there's an audience for it? Do we love it? Right. There's so many variables again with that. But I mean, there's so many movies on our radar. Our want lists are huge. So yeah.
Is there? I'm curious if there's a VSA that comes to mind that you're like, damn, I wish that wasn't a VSA so we could keep repressing that.
No, I mean, not so much. I mean, I think some of those movies run their course. I mean, certain things they do well, and I like that they do well. But I mean, if the people can enjoy them, I guess sometimes But I mean, there's just so much that we have to do. We don't, I mean, yeah, maybe making more than like maybe 3,000 or 4,000, which is kind of what I could kind of maybe talk about with like Champagne and Bullets, because we all had really say higher expectations to see kind of that how it was going to be viewed, and a lot of people haven't even seen it yet. But it's just an insane movie, and I truly believe that movie was going to be spectacular, and people were going to love it, and it's doing very, 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 very well.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear. Actually, let's take a look at that. I'm going to share my screen here. Do some clicky, and let's talk about this. This blew my mind. Of all the things you guys announced, I'm like, holy shit! Get Even is getting a Blu-ray. This is insane to me. Now, I've never seen it, but about 2 years ago, John DeHart was selling it on his website or something, and I tried to buy it. And purchase went through. It was a couple weeks. It wasn't, he wasn't shipping it. I don't know what happened. And I reached out like, hey, I'm wondering when this is coming. And then he just refunded my money. So I didn't get it. And so now when I saw this, I didn't recognize it at first because I didn't recognize it as Champagne and Bullets. But then I read the parentheses and it blew my freaking mind. I'm like, it can't be. And it is. So talk about the road to get Even. How did you guys get this?
Champagne and Bullets, I was another driving force behind because I'm a huge action fan. I love these types of movies. I love having fun with these types of movies. And I've known about, what I saw originally is Road to Revenge. When I first saw it, my mind was kind of blown. In various ways, and with kind of like how the VSA has been doing, this kind of came up, and I was like, well, I would love to do, because I knew about this other version of the movie that John had, which was never seen, which is Champagne and Bullets, and I contacted John, and we talked for a long time. John's a very unique man. But he still had the material for this Champagne and Bullets. So basically the story is he made Champagne and Bullets with his own money. And I think it was like, let's say it was like $400,000 or something like that. And he just never could find distribution. Just because the deal wasn't right for him. Right. And he just figured it was maybe too violent and too much nudity. Mm-hmm. So he recut the movie and then believe it was Get Even. Mm-hmm. And that didn't work. But he sold it himself, like VHS copies and then later on DVDs. So then he wanted to try it again. So he recut it again and made Road to Revenge. Or I might have those flip-flop. It might have been Road to Revenge, Get Even. But anyways, he recut it again and added some new footage, digital footage with him working out on a punching bag and him playing with his dog. And just really odd stuff. And when I talked to him, he said Champagne and Bullets is the NC-17 version. Get Even is the rated R version. And Road to Revenge is his Disney version. That's what he said.
I see.
And I was like, well, I want Champagne and Bullets because I've never seen Champagne and Bullets, but I know it exists. So he still had the material and everything. And yeah, I mean, I tell these filmmakers the same thing. It's like, we're not here because, we're not here to make fun of anybody. We're not here to joke. We're not here to ham things up. We're not here to make fun of you. We're not here to make fun of your product. We're not here to make fun of anything. We're here on a serious note. And this is the truth. we're here on a very serious matter, is that we want to celebrate these movies. And when we get this movie out to people, just because if they weren't buying it from you, it was like on Amazon Prime for like a short time. I don't even know if it was a legal upload or not, but it was on there for a tiny bit. But I was like, you know, the movie gets pirated, it's just being shared. I was like, let's do like an official, you know, let's do an official release. So after many conversations with John, he was very happy to, you know, do a commentary on the track, which is huge, just because John's never really ever done that before. He's never really done interviews. He also did an interview for us for the disc. And that's kind of like how it all came about. So yeah, we have Champagne and Bullets as the restored version from the material. And then there's the Get Even cut and Road to Revenge cut on there. Standard definition because they were edited on tape. But yeah, there's 3 versions of the movie on there. So you kind of get to see the evolution of it and just this huge vanity project for him. And it's really just an amazing thing. Because I mean, he did everything behind the scenes for it. I mean, he's the lead. He wrote it. He directed it. You know, he produced it himself. You know, he was a one-man working machine on this movie. And it's so amazing to watch one individual kind of take all of this. Making a movie's hard, man. Yeah. And making a movie when you're not really a filmmaker, you know, I mean, he is a filmmaker now, but like setting out, doing something the first time for yourself, like it's a huge feat. And it's amazing to me, no matter how these films turn out, like if they're funny, if they're goofy, like long-term, or if they're, you know, these big spectacles. I mean, making a movie is just amazing. And seeing him do something like this, I'm just blown away. I mean, yeah, it's a good time. And there's no shame in saying this movie is a blast. You're going to have a really, really fun time, you know, watching the shimmy slide. But it's just, you know, I was just so happy to kind of bring it for the, you know, it's a first official release, because even though John sold it himself as, you know, Get Even, Road to Revenge, it's just these things he's burned in his own home. You know, it's not like he had ever had a distribution deal. So this is the first time this movie's been released officially. And it's just, I'm so happy that we're able to do it. And it's celebrated in HD, and then obviously these other two. So I'm over the moon, and it's doing well, which is even better. You know, and I once people start watching it, it's just going to be a whole nother wave of people. And, you know, I hope that John loves what we did with it. That's all. So
that's awesome. Yeah. I mean, what a coup to add this film. I'm very excited to finally get my hands on it. And I'm curious, does this open the door, or maybe you have tried in the past, for somebody like Neil Breen, who is a similar filmmaker?
Yeah, I love Neil Breen. I love Double Down, and I love Fateful Findings. The only movie that's shot on film is his Double Down, though. But really? I'm a huge fan of Neil Breen. I mean, I'm just like, you know, it doesn't like. I'm a huge fan of all these like vanity projects of people that want to make movies themselves. You know, whether we sit back and we have a good time and laugh, or, you know, they're super serious and really good. I just love the idea of vanity projects, because there's so much hard work that goes into this. So yeah, it's just, the only one that we would possibly be able to do would be, you know, Double Down, because it's shot on 16.
Yeah, and Double Down's probably his less interesting one.
But I mean, he's out there. You know, he's a very creative person. Yeah, and very wild. It's a very, very wild time. And I hope to do something, just because there's so many. I know so many people that know him in Las Vegas, and they have just the craziest and most interesting stories about Neil Breen.
Oh my God. You know, the first time I ran across Neil Breen here in Los Angeles, when it existed, the Silent Movie Theater was showing Fateful Findings. It was like the premiere in LA or whatever. And I saw the trailer. I'm like, I need to go to that. And he was there in the audience, and everybody was laughing. You're like, I mean, the theater was like the most raucous experience of all time. And I keep looking over. He's standing in the back of the theater, and he's just like stone faced watching the movie, like almost like he's not really getting that. People are laughing at his serious thriller. And he comes up for a Q&A, and I think everybody was like, oh, shit, he was here? I didn't realize that. So a lot of people were like, oh, tell us about hacking. Tell us about it seems to be a lot of hacking in this movie. Are you interested in hacking? And he says, I'll never forget. Actually, I know nothing about hacking. The next question. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know where this guy gets his ideas, but his movies
Hacking,
are definitely...
I think he just hates computers and cell phones because he's always destroying them in his movies.
Right.
But it's funny that you say that, because I think when he was doing his 6th film, he said there's no cell phones or no hacking in it or something, and I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a unique filmmaker for sure. But I love it. I've had a lot of good times watching his movies.
Oh my God, yeah, and he's prepping number 6 now, so we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about another release that blew a lot of people's minds. This is phenomenal. I'm a big Scanners fan. I love the Scanner Cop movies. This was leaked, kind of. I think one of the actresses mentioned this a while back. When that happens, do you guys go, "Oh shit," or is that just sort of like par for the course?
Yeah, I mean, things happen. Things happen. It's fine. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything in the sense of like the release. We're just happy to do the Scanner Cop movies, especially in UHD. Scanner Cop. Well, I'll rephrase it. Scanner Cop 2 is a big thing for me. I love Scanner Cop 2 a lot. Probably too much. As you could probably see with the documentary that's made on the disc, part 2 is a lot longer than the first one. But that's because, honestly, a lot of people from the first film are gone. Danny passed away at a very young age, so we didn't have Danny. Wow. Richard Lynch has passed away, so we don't have Richard Lynch anymore. So just various people are gone. But we did have, a handful of interviews for the first one. Luckily, a lot of the special effects guys worked on the first one, worked on the second one. So it was a good time. And also Steve Barnett, the director of the second film, Scanner Cop 2, is just a really wonderful person. Gave us everything that we needed. I did a commentary with him on the disc, just because I love Scanner Cop 2, man. It's such a insane movie, and some of the gnarliest special effects that you'll ever see. And the performance by Patrick Kilpatrick on that movie is one of my favorite things in the world, is that he is so into it that you believe that he's really a scanner. And Patrick is such a really wonderful person too. Patrick Kilpatrick always plays this meathead guy that's killing people, the bad guy, the muscle in movies. But he's such a smart, articulate person. He's very, very smart. He loves cinema. He loves movies. His conversations, he was bringing up like French musicals when we were having a chat. He was bringing up like all this like Eastern European art house movies. Like, he's just so knowledgeable and just so funny. Just a really, really wonderful. I loved working with him on The Cellar. And then we worked on both of those back to back, and he was so happy that we were doing Scanner Cop 2, because he put so much effort into it. Because in the first film, Danny Quinn is, the Scanner Cop, and he's been given a drug to kind of repress the scanning thing. And there's these new scanners out there that are, killing cops. So, his stepfather, Hartigan, kind of tells him to stop taking this medication and to, be able to basically find this, these scanners that are doing this. Part 2, Danny Quinn's in it, and he's the lead, but Patrick Kilpatrick as Vulcan steals this show. He just steals the movie from Danny, unintentionally, really. But and it's just such an amazing performance. Patrick, I don't know if this made it into the doc. I can't remember right now, but Patrick would get so intense in the movie that they would have to put pillows and mattresses under his feet, so they can never do like a long, far away shot of him, any wide shots, because he would have these mattresses and pillows, and he would pass out after he was done scanning in the movie, because he would get so intense, and he really got the job because he could make his veins bulge. So that clip that you have there, that's pretty much the only time Patrick Kilpatrick has any prosthetics on.
Gotcha.
Every time you see him in the movie, he's actually making his veins bulge, and there's no special effects. And that's how he kind of got the job, because he was able to do that. But it's this vampire. It's basically this vampire movie, and that's how Steve looks at it too. It's this vampire story that he's sucking this energy from these scanners and becoming this more powerful scanner. It's just got insane special effects, a one-of-a-kind performance by Patrick Kilpatrick. It's just so badass sequel. It's so fucking good. And I love Scanner Cop 2, or Scanner Cop as well. But I really like Scanner Cop 2, and it's just and plus the people that were involved with having Patrick and Christine Hage and just all these people that did the special effects, and they had a great team of special effects as well, with a bunch of guys, and they were able to create, they just amplified everything with the sequel. But it's a wonderful set, and I still can't believe, I was just like, are we doing UHD of this? And it's like, oh, we're doing Scanner. I was like, are we doing UHD? Because I just want to see Scanner Cop in UHD, really. It's like a goal in life. And eventually, with the material being in good condition, we were able to do, the UHD, and I was just kind of over the moon with the whole thing, and I hope people like it. So
that's amazing. Let's talk about an element of this release. Zach brings it up. Let's talk about the revolutionary box design here. This is very different. We get a slipcase for the slipcases. How did this come about?
I'm the wrong person to ask.
Gotcha.
I found that out probably almost before you did.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't have an answer. I was so. I mean, when I set my minds on this stuff, I'm just project after project after project after project, and I celebrate it when I have it in my hand. Sometimes I don't even know half the stuff that's going on with the packaging and whatnot, but I'm just always impressed. I have the same reactions you all do, so
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So no story on that. I'm just over the moon that I hope people like Scanner Cop as much as we do, and I do. So
that's amazing. Yeah, I'm very excited for that. How many projects are? I mean, I guess it varies, but let's say in a month, how many projects are you juggling? Special features wise.
I don't have a number, man. It's so much. It's insane.
Yeah, so much. Yeah. I get you. And it probably varies. Like I would imagine if some movie has people really involved in wanting to get special features out, and some people don't want to talk, it probably changes everything.
Well, I mean, look, you got to look at the releases here that we have with Surf 2, Scanner Cop 1 and 2, and 6-String Samurai. Those are the ones that have the longer pieces.
Gotcha.
Surf 2 has like a 60-some minute short doc on it. Scanner Cop 1 and 2 each have one, which is kind of a collective single one. 6-String has a 72-minute one. All that was going on around the same time, as well as coordinating. We have 4 commentaries for Surf 2. You know, we have a commentary with myself and Randall, Zach Carlson and Randall Badot. We have a commentary at Eddie Deason, which I still can't believe we got. And a commentary of Zach Carlson and Brian Conley, who wrote Destroy All Movies, who really championed this film for years and years and years. You know, along with, like I said, a doc, there's a booklet in there. So, I mean, all that stuff's going on around the same time. So, I mean, there's so many projects, so many movies, you know, working on stuff for the rest of the year, next year. It's insane.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, Surf 2 is very crazy as far as how much is on that disc. And I just, you know, I think we were very, you know, because when we originally did it, you know, we got Surf 2 and we were all really excited. And that, I didn't even know about this, but we were talking, and you know, Randall wasn't really a big fan of the movie, and he said to me, he said, I just wish we could release my original vision. And I said, what are you talking about? And he was like, oh, there's another cut for Surf 2 that I did. And I was like, well, holy shit, I don't know about this. And we discussed, and he said a print was struck for this cut. There's no negative, but there was a print struck, and we have no idea where it is. So I immediately get on the phone with all my guys. I'm like, Randall says there's another cut of this movie, and it's completely different. And I was like, we need to find this, even if it's going to be like basically just this print, not a negative. You know, the only version that he had was a tape of his cut. And, you know, we would have put that on the disc if that was the only source, but we really, really wanted that material. Shit, man, we fucking found it. And, you know, like I said, it's basically just the print scan. I mean, there's only so much you can do, but it's still HD. And I called Randall and I was like, hey, man, because he did the interview. He did the commentary for the theatrical cut that everybody knows. He did all of that. And we got this cut of the movie, this director's, you know, the director's cut, and his he was very happy with what we were doing, but his like got incredibly energetic. And he was just so happy that this was going to be, you know, the version. So, you know, we get it, we scan it, and we're all watching it for the first time because we didn't know this existed.
Right.
And it's like, I love Surf 2, but now I love Surf 2 even more because this is way better. You know, they reshot a bunch of stuff. This like needless nudity in the movie. They recut the movie. You know, even though the movie running time's close, there's about, I would say about 15, 20 minutes of unseen footage that is in this movie. And then stuff that we know that's, of course, taken out. Like all the stuff that they reshot is out of the film. So it is kind of this different movie. I mean, it's still goofy and zany and wacky and fun. That doesn't change, but just kind of how it's presented is. And, you know, we were just super, super happy that we were able to find that. And Randall was very thankful, and he did a commentary on that. And then Eddie wanted to do his commentary on that version. So we have 2 commentaries with the director's cut and 2 commentaries with the theatrical. And then that was another movie that everybody was super close still. You know, everybody was busy. You know, there was a lot of people that were busy and just were unable to contribute. Terry Kaiser, he's long retired. You know, we contacted him for Tammy and the T-Rex, and he said no. But I contacted him again for Surf 2. He lives on a farm and raises horses. He doesn't want to be involved with, you know, cinema anymore. You know, Ruth Buzzy's still alive, but she's just can't contribute. But yeah, I mean, having Fern Champion, she was the casting director on the movie, and that was where we were talking to Peter Isaacson, who plays Beaker in the film. You know, he was very energetic about all this, and he helped everything with Eddie. He helped with Fern because he's like, who do you have you interviewed? And I told him, and he said, have you talked to Fern Champion? And I said, no. And I said, who's that? And he goes, well, that's the casting director for the movie. And I said, oh, that's interesting. I never really thought about contacting her for this, this film. But I mean, now that you mention it, it's kind of a no-brainer. And he put me in touch with Fern, and Fern's like straight out of like Golden Age Hollywood. Like she did her interview with under her like canopy with a champagne glass and drinking champagne and throwing the F-bomb every 3 seconds. She casted every Cheech and Chong movie. She casted every Police Academy movie. She casted Fade to Black.
Wow.
She has done, and she's not credited for a lot of this stuff. Like on IMDb, because IMDb doesn't really do casting directors too often. Like they're listed, but they don't run through. Like IMDb doesn't run through the entire credits on these films. But she just gave us so much wonderful information. Honestly, make a documentary on her alone. But yeah, I mean, Peter Isaacson, he helped with Eddie. I mean, Eddie was just Eddie's a great story because I was really afraid we were going to do this without Eddie. And I didn't want to do it without Eddie because Eddie is surf too. So I was really kind of torn up because obviously he had a lot of health issues, and he's very open and public about all this stuff. So it's not like any gossip or anything like that.
Yeah, we actually had him on last night. We had like a.
Oh, okay, cool. Did he talk about that at all?
Oh yeah, he talked about he talked about heart issues and all that. Yeah, and then he definitely pimp surf too. So we talked all about that.
Yeah. So he had some issues that he was dealing with, and he wasn't doing too well. And honestly, when we were putting this together, I was like, I talked to Peter Isaacson, and he's like, "Have you talked to Eddie Deason?" I said, "No, because I feel that it's inappropriate to contact him. Hey, I know you're in the hospital, but do you want to do an interview for a special feature on a Blu-ray during COVID?" I'm not gonna fucking ask that. I'm trying to be respectful, but at the same time, I don't want to do this without Eddie.
Yeah.
So he said, yeah, he's like, I understand. So we're doing all this other stuff. And then one morning I wake up to a phone call. I think Peter Isaacson lives like in Maui or some shit. I get a phone call for Peter Isaacson. It's like super early in the morning. He's like, hey, Eddie's out of the hospital. And I was like, oh, really? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I talked to him. He wants to do this. So Eddie's brother coordinated everything. And he lives in this small ass town with nothing. There's nothing there, but there's a recording studio right down the street. So it just magic. Everything was coming together. So, I called the recording studio. They said, absolutely. We know who Eddie is. Of course, you know who Eddie is if he lives in your town. And right. Eddie's brother was just so incredible. He flew in out of state to help Eddie do this.
Wow.
And he drove Eddie to the recording studio and just did all this shit for me. And I was honestly like kind of on the verge of tears sometimes, like all this coming together. I'm like, Eddie gets to do, getting a little choked up. Sorry. Getting to do a commentary, and he gets to do an interview. I was like, he almost fucking died. And he's over the moon to do this. He's so excited.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to tell listening to that commentary that Eddie is very excited to do this. God. He says it best, I think, in the interview on the doc. He says he's a cross between Daffy Duck and something else. And I was like, you're absolutely correct. But yeah, Eddie did all that for us, and everything just came together so perfectly for that doc, and it just like everything came together. Randall was super happy that Eddie was George Bronstein, of course, the producer who also produced Fade to Black. He took a big part of doing an interview and everything. It's just this wonderful story with all these friends, all these young people, and then also like all these older people that got together, like Ruth Buzzy, Terry Kaiser, like all these guys, Clavon Little, like all these older actors got together, and they're just eating up their screen time. And I heard nothing but amazing stories from each and every person. And I was like, I wanted to be there so bad. But I got to kind of live vicariously through them telling their stories. Like, we have an interview with Joshua Cadman, who played, Big Head, or not Big Head. Yeah, Big Head. And we got interview with him, and he's done acting. And he was very kind of apprehensive about doing the interview. But once I always like to talk to people. I don't like to do email because, as you can probably tell, just doing this, you can hear the energy and the passion that we all have. So once I get them on the phone, I can pretty much seal the deal almost every time.
I love it.
So, I said, let's talk about this. And we talked, and he was like, okay, I'm in, like, let's do it. So, we did an interview with him, and just like, everybody that we contacted, for the most part, they were very excited to do it. And if they couldn't, they were kind of heartbroken they couldn't. But, everything's a timetable these days, no matter how old you are, if you're acting, if you're busy, if you're not busy. And plus, a lot of this stuff is produced during, COVID-19.
Yes.
So it's very tough to do that stuff too. We have to be careful because, I guess we don't really talk about this, but, we still do the interviews, and, we take very, very, very serious precautions during all of this stuff. And the people that we're dealing with, 99% of the time, are over 60. We're not dealing with any young people here. Even the movies that were releasing from the 90s, these people aren't spring chickens, So, like, we got to take it seriously. We're dealing with a lot of old people, and we don't want to risk, anything for a special feature on a Blu-ray.
Right.
But, we take very serious precautions, and it was a miracle that we pulled some of this stuff off.
Yeah, see, and I like that. In the time of COVID, that we get actual interviews, because like the whole Zoom interview thing just was, it's very.
We still do that. It just, it really depends on, the person, like if they're comfortable or not with the precautions that we take. We don't want to risk anybody's life for any of this stuff. So, if that's what they want to do, then that's what they're going to get. It is unfortunate because the quality's not good. But it's we got to do it. We got to do what we got to do. So
that's true. It's better than nothing, obviously. Let's talk about two big box sets have dropped in our laps. This one is, they're both very interesting, but this one I want to pick your brain about. Televised Terror Volume 1, where we're talking TV terror movies. How did this project develop? And I guess tell us a little bit more about maybe what we can expect.
The televised terror stuff is that there is this. I'll mainly talk about kind of the idea of the TV movies, not so much about the movies in general.
Okay.
Is that and hopefully this is also more towards the younger audience that we have for Vinegar Syndrome, is that the TV movie from the 70s and 80s was completely a different thing than it is today. The TV movie, like the ABC movie of the week, the movie of the week, that was a huge thing. Like we were living at a time where people would get together and with their families and sit down in front of the television and eat dinner and watch the movie just like they were going to the theater. And, there's a lot of high profile people in these movies. There's a lot of, high profile directors, a lot of good movies. And, a lot of these TV movies, being that they're made for TV, they just showed on television, and sometimes they never got released properly or again on video. And there's just a lot of wonderful made for TV movies out there that are just unseen and underseen. And there's this huge want, I think, for these movies, and I hope. And this is just kind of the first box set of these movies. And I think we have some really cool films in here. We have kind of like slasher-esque films, killer, thriller, stalker films. I think the big one, I always get the title fucked up, but Are You in the House?
Yeah.
I always screw it up. Still to this day, I've said, Are You in the House Alone? There. I always say, Are you alone in the house? But Are You in the House Alone? Just a great cast, a great movie. It's a very important movie. Amanda Reyes did an amazing. Amanda Reyes, of course. As soon as we did this, I contacted Amanda because she has the Made for TV Mayhem stuff, and she's a TV movie expert, hands down. She knows everything. So it's like this is your show. Do something. Like you're perfect for this. Do this. And she was very thrilled to do it. But yeah, Are You in the House Alone is a very important movie because this was a movie that young women were getting to see on television about rape and about being attacked. And this is pretty heavy content for television, but a very important one during that time. So this movie, we were happy because this is an old. This was released on a DVD 2-pack from Screen Factory. Yeah. Back in the day, and DVDs just don't sell, so it was kind of nice to put this on. With a new restoration, putting it on Blu-ray. It's just a very important movie. So that was one. The other part of that is like the Calendar Girl murders, which has a lot of stardom with between like Sharon Stone and Tom Skerritt. Just like it's a really different kind of batch of movies trying to cover horror in a way, and kind of understand kind of the TV movie aspect. So I hope that these do well. Because they are good movies. It's just, I think that these movies are the ones, along with another set that we have, are just kind of underseen. So people don't really know what to expect. And I think, honestly, when people hear TV, they think, oh, there's going to be no blood. There's going to be no nudity. There isn't really that much blood and nudity in these movies. But a lot of these movies are really solely like based with hard, good scripts, tight editing, and just a very good group of filmmakers. I mean, Charles Bernstein did the music for Are You in the House Alone, and he went on to do Nightmare on Elm Street and Cujo, and I mean he's still composing to this day. So this is like one of his very first projects. So he has an interview on there just because I love Charles, and he's just a brilliant composer. But I mean, it has this the cast of this stuff, and also the other movie is Child in the Night with Elijah Wood and Jo Beth Williams. It's just this really this is another kind of like stalker-esque slasher types stuff film. So it's just this kind of a collection of creepy movies, and I hope that they do well because I think they're really good. I just want people to give them a chance, and they're not schlocky. They're not brutal. They're not gritty and grimy. I mean, Are You in the House Alone is a little bit just because of content. I think Are You Alone in the House is probably the closest to what we're familiar with those types of films. But the other two, again, are still really, really good. They're very tight. And I hope that people give them a chance because they're excellent.
Yeah, I'm excited. I actually haven't seen any of them, and we see a volume 1 on there. I guess it depends if it sells well. If we get a volume 2, or are there plans for 2?
I mean, we just want them to do well, and we love TV movies, and we want to keep doing them. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So,
is it easier to work with it in the TV movie realm in terms of elements, or is it just as difficult as anything else?
Everything's difficult. It's more difficult with the more recent stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah. Let's talk about that other box set, the Cardona collection.
Yeah, this is one of my favorites. So
Yeah, let's talk about this one because this one was sort of teased that it would be some kind of there'd be some kind of connective tissue with the box sets. Am I correct?
You'll see.
Okay, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so how did the Cardona collection begin for you guys?
Well, the Cardona collection is, I mean, we're all very into a lot of movies from various genres, especially from different countries. And, you know, we've done a lot with what we've done with, you know, Italian films and, you know, of course, movies from America. But the whole realm of these movies from Mexico, Mexican cinema is something that is truly special, that we're very happy to see kind of the Galindo films, The Cemetery of Terror and Grave Robbers and Don't Panic do well.
Yeah.
And Cardona's, Rene Cardona Jr., because there's 3 Cardonas, you know, Rene Cardona Sr., Rene Cardona Jr., and then the late Rene Cardona III, who we just lost recently, which is very, very tragic.
Yes.
But, you know, this is Rene Cardona III did interviews with us for these movies, his father's movies, which he's in these movies too. He did special effects on Treasure of the Amazon. He was in Cyclone and Bermuda Triangle as well. They're just this very unique collection of movies, and they're not just thrown together. They're very specifically chosen.
Okay.
For like the genre wise, Treasure of the Amazon, Cyclone and Bermuda Triangle, they were all made by a group of filmmakers along with Cardona Jr. That had film experience with Italian backgrounds. So in these movies, there's this kind of like this Italian thing going on in the back with between the cinematography and kind of the feel of these movies.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you told me that Bermuda Triangle was a Fulci film, I would have believed you. You know, but that's kind of like, and also it has actors from Zombie and stuff. There's Italian actors in Cyclone, and that's the mix. There's just this wonderful mix of American actors, Mexican actors, and then, you know, Italian actors in these movies. I mean, Donald Pleasance is in Treasure of the Amazon. Carol Baker is in Cyclone, which he did an interview, which I couldn't believe.
Wow.
I mean, Carol Baker's like 91 years old.
Wow.
And, you know, she is this actress that started in the golden age of Hollywood, you know, and like films like Baby Doll and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then she got into Italian films with Lenzi. And I'm like, I asked her during the interview, I said, how the fuck did this happen? How are you in golden age of Hollywood, went to Italian movies, and then you were in Mexican cinema? And then, you know, you started doing independent movies later on. I was like, how does that transition work? And she went into detail, told me all the dirty details of her life, and just this great, you know, basically roller coaster. But anyways, back to the set. I mean, these are just pure, like, wonderful horror films. I mean, we have technically 2 cannibal films in there. Treasure of the Amazon, of course, is Natives That Attack. Very, you know, Cannibal Holocaust-esque. Cyclone is this really interesting story about how all these people that are survivors from the cyclone end up kind of like in this whole like wraparound story that has to deal with a little bit with cannibalism, because these people are trapped on a boat and they don't really know what to do, you know, after this cyclone. And then Bermuda Triangle is more or less kind of like a supernatural tale. So Cyclone is one of my favorite movies of the set.
Wow. Okay.
Bermuda Triangle is a very close second, and Treasure of the Amazon's a third. I've always never been big into cannibal films, but Treasure of the Amazon is special to me because one of my favorite composers composed the movie, Mort Garson, and he composed the film. He was one of the very first people to do the pioneer of the Moog synthesizer. So he was brought on to do. He did Son of the Blob beforehand, and Didn't You Hear with Dennis Christopher and Nick Nolte. But anyways, so it's just this weird collection of movies, and I'm really, really excited that they're all together. And I think the most well-known movie is Cyclone, because it has had releases before. But we were able to include different versions of the movie. I just will say, when you do watch Cyclone, there is it looks like there's an animal really killed on screen, and there is this myth that this animal was killed, but it is not true at all. So that is just a trigger warning for people, because it is very horrific. I don't know how they did it, but it's not real. That's the very first question I had for Carol Baker. I said, was the animal killed? And she said, absolutely not. No. And I was like, okay, good. Because I've heard rumors that it's true, and who knows with these movies, man.
Right. I was actually going to ask you that. I was going to ask you if that rumor was true. So thank you for debunking that.
I know it's going to come up.
Yeah.
Because I have 3 dogs myself, and I love animals, and I'm not one of those people that are like, oh, if there's a dog dies in a movie, I don't want to watch it. No. But when there's a story surrounding this movie, it is, and then you see it, you're like, oh man. But no, I had it debunked by 3 people. So that dog was very loved on set and taken care of. But anyways, aside from the point. But yeah, those 3 movies are very good. I knew them. I know Cyclone and Bermuda Triangle back to back, and I'm very, very excited about these Cardona movies, just because Rene Cardona Jr. was such a prolific filmmaker and just did everything. He's done basically. Rene Cardona Jr. is like Fulci. Fulci has done westerns, he's done sex comedies, he's done comedies, he's done action movies, Sword and Sandal. He's done just everything, and the same thing has Rene Cardona Jr. He's done the exact same thing, from westerns to these cannibal movies to action movies. He's just all over the place, and he's just such an energetic filmmaker, and just like is so insanely like coordinated. Right. And he dished out movie like one right after the other, and it's just like there's no like fall in quality, but there's this, none of them like feel the same sometimes. Like these 3 films feel the same, and that's the reason why they're chosen. So hopefully when you see like these next ones, kind of the same thing. So we're really excited about the future for the Cardona sets for sure.
That's amazing. And I think, I don't know if it was hinted at, but are we getting at least one more this year? Is that, I don't know if you can reveal that.
That will not be revealed tonight.
Gotcha. Copy that. And now, just to clarify, is this only from Rene Cardona Jr., or are we going to have it from the entire Cardona family? How does that?
No, this is strictly Rene Cardona Jr.'s films.
Gotcha. Okay.
Rene Cardona Jr. the third. It was in a lot of these movies, and he worked behind the scenes with his father. Even though he's not really credited on these movies, he worked enough on them, and able to to tell stories. Sadly, we won't have those future stories. But I was happy to work with Rene Cardona Jr. It was really odd to because it's like one day you're talking to somebody and the next day they're not there. So that was it was a really tough morning, just because it was just like, we've been in constant contact ever since the Galindo films, because he did interviews on the Galindo movies, because they're a very, very close family. So, I mean, he was in Cemetery of Terror as well. Sure. But it's a sad thing. But I mean, that whole family has this has this amazing legacy. It's just insane.
Gosh,
yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Let's talk about a film that was a surprise to me, but only because it's one that I'm like, Alien from LA, really? How did this one end up in the Vinegar Syndrome vaults?
People love Albert.
Yeah,
we love Albert, and it's just we had an option to do it, and we did it. You know, and it was just it was those canon films, they're very sacred, and we love them. So yeah.
Did you try? I actually haven't checked. Did you try to get Kathy for an interview? And she turned you down? Oh man!
Turned me down.
I would have loved if she had done a commentary with the voice she uses in the movie, which I guess is not really like affected. I guess that's really her speaking voice. Is that? Do you know if that's true?
Yeah, that is her speaking voice, but she is kind of doing a voice for the movie. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we had an interview with Albert, which was amazing, and Linda Carriage is in this movie too. So her and I did interviews. Linda Carriage was very, very difficult to track down. Linda left movies a long, long time ago. She retired like in the early 90s. She just left. She's very non-Hollywood. She's wants to party. She is a good girl, like one of those that didn't want anything that funky came up with her. She ignored and left, and she wasn't one of those people. So she disappeared. She really did, and she had no online presence, or anything like that. And I found her, and she's living in the mountains in Australia, and she was very apprehensive about to do Fade to Black interview, but I talked to her and I told her, you're loved. Like this is what people love, and we became friends after that. So obviously she did audio interviews for Alien from LA, and she did audio interview for Surf 2, and then of course Tom Matthews, who was just kind of over the moon. Tom Matthews worked with Albert on like 12 movies.
Wow.
Linda worked with Albert on like 8 or 9 movies. Maybe not that many, but Albert, Tom, and Linda made so many movies towards the end of both of their kind of careers in film. All really good friends. So it's just a fun story to tell. So.
That's amazing. Albert Pune, absolutely. It's an amazing slip. I mean, you're not involved with picking artists or in the artwork thing.
No, I mean, I've recommended people for sure, and then a few have gotten jobs, but that's about it. I mean, I do like art, but art is very subjective. So everybody, and we try to give the various artists much work, but Ralph Krauss was someone that I brought in because I just loved his work. I mean, he did the Blood Games slip and stuff like that. So Ralph is a very talented person. So yeah, but yeah, it's not really. I'm so busy with other stuff.
No,
and then also various other projects that are behind the scenes, just like just I don't have the time for that.
Copy that. Now that makes sense to me. Let's talk about Alley Cat. This is another one of the VSAs with Champagne and Bullets. Tell me the story behind Alley Cat.
It was just one of those another film that was kind of on our plate, and I really liked the movie. We had various people in the company that really liked the movie. It's a unique one. It's really gritty and dirty. It's also basically made by a bunch of filmmakers from the Philippines. A very troubled production, but Karen is a wonderful actress, and she did martial arts in the film. She didn't do an interview with us, but she's very happy with the movie. We had Al Valletta, who did an interview with us. He was one of the kind of co-directors of the project. He was actually, you'll find this out in the interview, but he really direct the movie. He told them what to do, though, because he was experienced. He's actually one of the filmmakers from Runaway Nightmare that we released. But Al, he's a very funny guy. He's an acting coach still to this day. And he helped set up the cameras just because these people that took over the production, there was multiple directors and they just kind of didn't know what to do. So he helped with lighting and stuff like that, but also mainly dealt with the dialogue coach on the movie. It's a really gritty kind of like revenge movie. I hope people it's a good movie. It's very, very good. I enjoy it quite a bit. Anything like, those movies like Rape Squad and like those revenge movies, Savage Streets, they're going to like Alley Cat. And look at that cover.
Yeah, it's very much a Rape Squad type of movie. Yeah.
Vengeance, I guess we call it now.
Yes, that's right. the PC titling. I feel like we touched on Six String, but we might as well, if you want to add any more info about Six String. You mentioned it was a pretty interesting behind the scenes, getting all the features together. I guess this was the second VSU. What decided it for you guys that this was going to be the second one?
It's just one of those just inner dialogue decisions. We felt that it was a huge had a huge cult following, and it was just appropriate.
Gotcha.
We all love the movie. It was another film that I really championed from the get-go. That just, I knew about it. I wanted to see it out there again. I love the movie, and just everything kind of came together.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so I know you're tired. I know you've been busy this whole weekend.
If there's any questions, we can go through that.
Yes.
List.
I'm
not looking at any of the stuff over here. So
no, that's fine. Well, I'll highlight them. So let's do this, guys. If you have any questions for Brad, now's the time. While you guys
I can scroll through.
Yeah.
Wasn't he married to Steve Martin? Is that Linda Carriage? I don't know. I know she got married, but I don't think it was Steve Martin. Didn't Scream release radio? No, I don't think they did.
No.
Blue Underground. What is this? What's the question about? Oh, I've only seen Cyclone, the Blue Underground version. Is VS Edit any different from that? I don't think Blue Underground. I think it was Synapse that released it, maybe. And there is two versions, so one is different for sure.
Gotcha.
This is the uncut one, though. I do know that. If VS keeps going into this foreign pool of films, common. I mean, yeah, I would love to do more foreign films. There's so many movies out there.
You probably can't say anything, but I hope we get some more Galindo movies. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Me too. I hope we do everything.
Yeah.
Spellcaster, Necromancer gone. Yes, they are, but also check back after the sale because there's cancellations, and then also people that take advantage of more than what they're supposed to. So yes, definitely check back. We will make announcements. Please subscribe to our newsletter so you don't miss that out, and follow on Facebook. And I will try my best to tell you on Twitter at Brad F. Henderson, whatever that Twitter handle is.
I'll put all his stuff down in the description.
Brad's the best instant buy. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is I stand by everything we release because of the quality of work we do. Some movies I do like more than others. I'll just say that.
Right.
But I stand by everything. I don't see any other
I got one for you here. I'm going to highlight it for you. If you do a pin VSA.
Pin? Like a pin or like the movie Pin?
The movie Pin, I'm guessing, yeah.
I would like to, but...
So that's your answer there. You would like to. Let's see. Next, is Gleaming the Cube an impossibility? Am I the only one begging for this to be released?
I'm begging for it too.
There you go.
Hopefully one day somebody gets a hold of it. Every movie has a different story behind it, as far as rights and material.
Right.
Does he think there will be a partner label subscription in the future? I don't think so. Just because it's really hard to calculate all that stuff, because it's various partner labels come in, and then there could be more titles from one and not the other. It just depends on what they have. So there's no like set schedule. So probably not in the near future that I know of. But that's not. I don't know, to be honest with you. But that's going to be my answer. Any chance of 80s comedies like Breaking All the Rules? Or I wish comedies just don't sell well. If you buy more comedies, then sure, but comedies doesn't. I would love to. I'm a huge fan of sex comedies. I love sex comedies so much. Now I wish we could do more of them, but the ones that are out there from other companies, they just don't sell well. And I want to, that's the thing is, like I said, we have a big passion for this stuff, but if no one buys a genre, we can't keep doing it. So and even though we love the movies, that's where it becomes kind of a business. And I hope I want everything to do well. And I know that, and here's the thing is, I know not everybody is going to want that genre. That's fine.
Right.
It's just I just hope it does well with the people that has kind of has hit, or likes it. So
right. Let's see. Is there a reason? I don't know if you can answer this.
I mean, kind of. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be an expansion of films, many films, and honestly, like it's why it doesn't have individual cases is one, because of how the movies are going to be set up, like as far as like with the magnets and everything, and then also it was just I don't know, probably to make it cheaper.
Yeah, there you go.
It's less material.
That makes sense. How do you feel when something shows up on stuff like Best of the Worst? I mean, you probably like that because that probably pushes sales.
What is it?
Like on Red Letter Media, when like, for example, they do stuff like
how do you feel when a VS film has? I don't know what the Best of Worst is.
Best of the Worst from Red Letter Media when they on YouTube.
I mean, that's awesome. Yeah, anything that's celebrated. I don't know what that is, but I mean, I've heard of Red Letter Media for sure. That's like Jay Bauman, I think his name. Yeah. But I don't watch. I don't know what that is. Like I know what it is, but I don't watch it. But that's anytime movies show up that we've done or stuff that we've done that they've talked about, it's great because then people are happy.
Publicity.
How about The Abomination? I think it was shot on 8mm. Is that a thing for VS? The Abomination, I don't think is shot on film. I believe it's shot on. I want to say it's shot on video. I know. I'd have to go back and check because I know a lot of shot on video movies get classified as shot on video movies, but they're not.
Right.
They're actually just edited on tape, shot on 8mm. Kind of like Things and Beyond the Seventh Door, Science Crazed. Some of it looks like SOV, but it's not. But The Abomination was released by Massacre Video anyways, so that would be a no.
Yeah, and also just a quick shout out. I love the Homegrown Horrors box set. How awesome was that? You guys put out Winter Beast. That literally made my year.
Yeah, Winter Beast is a very personal movie for me. I've known Mark Frizzell for a long time, And I worked on Winter Beast for over 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah, it was that was a movie that was shot on film. Let me take that back. It was shot on 8mm, it was shot on 16mm, and some of it was shot on video over a course of over 5 years. And Mark shot at least 3 hours of usable footage for that movie. Mark is an uncle. He's Uncle Mark to me. I've known Mark, and Mark is one of the sweetest human beings on the planet. One of the kindest, sweetest human beings. So I'll put it that way. Just I love Mark. I love Mark.
Awesome. That's fantastic.
But I love Winter Beast just because that is a movie I would have made with friends when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
It's weird. It's goofy. Mark knows what it is. He identifies with it. He knows that he's made a stupid movie, and he loves that he did it with friends. He's still friends. They're all still friends, and it's crazy. They're all still really good friends.
That's awesome.
Some did interviews, some didn't. But Mark is such a fucking powerhouse of goddamn talent. It's fucking incredible. Amazing. He's a filmmaker. He's amazing at special effects. He taught at what's the school in Boston? Damn it! There's a big college in Boston. Anyways, he taught there for a number of years, and that's the whole reason why he actually got Winter Beast back out there is because he was a film teacher, and he was trying to get his students for their final. He's like, to make a movie, and they were like, "We can't. Like, how do you make a movie?" And he basically what he did is he was like, "Okay, well, I made one," and he showed it to his college students, and they just went nuts. And they were like, Mr. Frizzell, you need to play this like at the theater and local theater. So they would have Winter Beast screenings at the school, and that's when he talked to Chris, who isn't around anymore. He was like, "Kids like Winter Beast, and it seems to be doing like people like it." This is like 1992 at this point, 91, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's like let's get it out there." So they started, and there's this once they did a video deal with Tempe Entertainment with Jared Bookwalter out of Ohio, and they released it, and it got some cult traction, and people really, really loved it. And it's kind of where the heart of Winter Beast is, and it's just he's such a unique individual working so many movies and so many special effects, and teaching people how to use a camera. He's a very knowledgeable and smart filmmaker, even though he's not made much. He's like very skilled. And the only movie he really has behind him is this wacky Winter Beast movie. But yeah, it's a huge process, and all those films were a very lengthy process. Years were kind of put into them just because all those movies were edited on tape. So we had to reconstruct the movie. We had to scan all the elements and basically Frankenstein it. Very lengthy process, and I'm glad we did it because those movies are all great to me, and I love them dearly, and I love the filmmakers, and there was a lot of heart. I love when heart is put into movies.
Yeah,
I have a big soft spot for that. A movie is a movie, and it should stand on its own no matter what. Right. But when you kind of learn a little bit more about the behind the scenes stuff, it softens it up a little bit. I love Fatal Exam. I still stand behind it, But once we did the documentary for Fatal Exam, I even loved it even more. You know.
Absolutely. That happens all the time when you hear about the behind the scenes, shenanigans. You're like, oh man, you feel like you're a part of it, and you feel more connected to it than just watching a movie.
Yeah,
absolutely. By the way, everybody who's new to the chat, welcome. I hope you're enjoying. We're talking with Brad Henderson. Remember, before you do anything, drop a thumbs up on the video. This helps YouTube know that this is where the party's at, and subscribe if you're new here because we love you very much. Next question from a Psycho. Are the June-December partner label months going to have an unusually large number of releases? Now, this is, I guess it's talking about because there's not going to be any VS releases on those months.
Yeah, they're going to be mainly partner label focused. I honestly don't have an answer for you because I don't really deal with that portion. And if I did know, I probably wouldn't tell you anyway. It would be a surprise. So is Pin coming out soon? I don't know if Pin's coming out soon. Honestly, I have no idea. You got to vote possible to get TV movie Men of the Dragon released. I don't know that movie, so no.
Never heard of it.
Right now. Explain these magnets. Did I miss something about Pin? No, I don't know anything about Pin. A lot of talk on forums about slips, reprints, generic slips. Any added comments on the idea of alternative slips or what? Sorry, David, I don't really understand that question about.
So on the forums, the conversation just sort of started. People were wondering if they're going to be reprinting slips or if we're going to have alternate, slip covers coming out. Especially when all the legacy slips are done. If they're going to be either doing generic slips for the movies for people who missed out that just want to have a slip on the regular area,
No, I honestly I don't deal with that, but I don't think we would do that. But I'm not the one to answer that question. Gotcha. I don't think we would reprint slip covers because we do the legacy slips. There's a lot of titles that don't have slip covers, and then of course we're doing that. But I don't really have an answer for you, but I don't think we would. Zach, you're probably right. I think we are talking about the same film, but I'm just wrong. So that's your answer. I do have a real passion. Mayhem 1986. If you're talking about the Joseph Mary stuff, yes, I agree, but it's a mess.
Gotcha.
I would be very interested in Heavenly Bodies. Zach, again, you're right, brother. You're right. I believe you 100%, but that's maybe because I said it was Massacre Video that did the Abomination.
Yeah,
maybe we are talking about a different movie. Screenshot it or something. Send it to me. Let me know. They seem to be new partner labels every month. Do you think we'll cap? I don't have an answer for you there because I don't make those decisions.
Right. Let's see.
Not sure if you touched on this earlier, but Surf 2 seems to. We did touch on it earlier. It's honestly just when things fall in place and it's easier. Yeah, there's a lot more content, but it's not love. We love each film. We set out to do the exact same thing pretty much. But if there's more participation, then you're going to get more stuff. If the filmmakers participate, you're going to get more.
Right.
I would love an Alan Smithy box set. Funny. With many films having music rights issue preventing them being released. Not really, but yes. That make any sense?
There's a movie that I'm sure everybody's wanted, and I'm sure you guys have looked into, Midnight Hour. It's probably a mess because of music rights.
It's music rights as far as I know, yeah.
Gotcha.
Juilliard, if that's the thing you're talking about in Boston, no. It's not that. It's not that college, and yeah, that's not in Boston. I don't believe. Heavenly Bodies. I wish. Haley Mills' Deadly Strangers. I know that movie, but I mean, like I said, nothing's really out of the question. Was there any movies you wanted to almost have, but material is not good enough to use? Many is the answer.
Is there one that you had to pass on?
Yeah. But you never know what you could find. So I'm not going to disclose any titles, of course, but that does happen, yes. Any more Gialli sets? I hope so. I love Giallo, and I hope we do more Gialli sets. Just bought 6-string. Oh, thank you, Kubrick Lover, 1972.
Nice.
I'm glad. Those movies are great. The only reason I said is that Master we are talking about the wrong movie, Zach. Yeah. Here, I'm going to look it up right now on air.
Let's
do you mind?
it. No, go ahead. A live fact check.
No, I'm not. I'm not fact. I don't want to fact check anybody. I'm probably I'm wrong.
Yeah.
No, you're talking about 1980 with this cover, The Abomination. Yeah, that's it's the Tumor movie. Yeah, Massacre Video did that. I'm almost 100% sure. 100%, almost. I'm 99% sure that Massacre Video did that Abomination. Can you tell anything interesting about the Dungeon of Death since there's no bonus feature? Everybody's dead, man. Everybody's dead on the Dr. Jekyll's Dungeon of Death.
So there you go. That's why.
And if they weren't dead, then we just didn't find him. Where's the strangest place?
Catacombs.
Everywhere, man. Everywhere. Tattoo that Scream Factory turned down an option. Tattoo, wasn't that done by or did they announce it and then say no?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Eric, clarify that for us, pal.
Yeah. Brad, I love your style. I love your style of films because you keep. Oh, he's talking about the moment. He said, "No, yep, no way. I would own it if they did." Oh,
all right. Well, it's something else.
Maybe I might help. Man, what did Massacre Video do? I'm almost. How am I wrong on this? I could have sworn.
Abomination.
Well, there's their logo on the title. Maybe they just did a VHS of it and not a DVD.
I'm searching it on their site and it's not here, so I don't know.
Well, I am finding a.
Not sure.
I don't know if you could see that, but that's the Abomination, and there's the Massacre Video labels. And maybe they just did a VHS and was super limited.
Oh.
I don't know. Tattoo was turned down due to bad film elements after it was announced last year. I mean, then probably not if there's bad film elements. I don't know. I mean, that does happen. I mean, just elements are destroyed or they're just too bad. That does happen.
So,
but yeah,
there's a TV pilot film apparently that never got picked up. That was the Venom Dragon.
You're just giving me anxiety thinking about where that material might be. Something's not released. Oh boy, or it's kept in somebody's garage.
Yeah, very possible. Did you know that the MVD release of Action USA was coming that soon after your release?
I did not, because I have no idea. I don't know if anybody else did, but I didn't. That's my personal answer, not Vinegar Syndrome's. What is the one movie you'd love to put out and a company already did already? That's a good question. I mean,
there's a lot.
I look at it like this: is that all of us are in kind of the same field, and I don't look at it as a competition. I know Vinegar Syndrome doesn't look at it as a competition, and other companies don't, because we have a great, we have a great relationship with Arrow and Severin.
Right.
But to answer your question, yeah, I mean, personally, this is my views. Everything I've said tonight is my views, not Vinegar Syndrome. It's my views, my opinions. Anything I say does not reflect VS at all. But personally, like stuff like Doom Asylum, I love Doom Asylum, and Arrow did an amazing job on it.
Right.
I really love Doom Asylum. And mainly it's like if I got to work on it personally, that's what I would like to do.
Right.
So yeah, it's pretty much pretty much it. I mean, yeah, there are titles that happen. It's like, oh dang it, but there's so many movies out there that it's not like there's just a few left. There's just so much. So I love the Giallo double feature. Hoping to see more of those. I mean, I love Giallo, man. So yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's the because that was just announced. Sort of, it was just specifically 2 movies were being released back to back. How does that come about?
It's a sequel.
Sequels. Okay.
Yeah, it's a sequel.
Gotcha. Okay.
I really dug your tweet where you were helping out with Eric's Revenge. Yes, I am helping out with that, among other things. So
nice.
But yeah,
Metamorphosis. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I like Metamorphosis too, for sure. Yeah,
that's really good.
I mean, yeah, you can ask questions about movie. It's not like yes, no. Like, I mean, it's just And the thing is that everybody in Vinegar Syndrome, we all have different tastes. Not our tastes match, and we all like everything. But we also look at movies like, oh, well, people will like this, but I don't. But I'm not gonna make a movie. I'm not gonna stand in front of something just because I don't like it. I'm not that type of person. It's even when I would review movies on websites and stuff, I never told people to watch this or don't watch it. I would always I'd hate a movie, and I would say, watch it for yourself and let me know. I don't like to stand in front of people's tastes. I don't criticize people for liking certain things, and I don't want a movie to suffer just because I may not like it, but maybe I have poor taste in it. Maybe everybody else likes it. I mean, like there's movies that we've released that I don't really care for all that much, but like I said, I stand behind it because I know that how hard we worked on those movies.
How difficult is it to pick your movies? Do you guys have like a big board of titles that you're working on, and then you just decide, okay, this one's ready to go, or we should focus on that one? How does that all work?
That's all contracts, man.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's crazy. How about Terror at 10 Killer? I like Terror at 10 Killer too. Can you comment on the MGM Amazon situation since you released MGM titles? No, I mean I did put out a tweet the other day. I don't know what's going to happen. We don't know. I just hope that Amazon doesn't shut down the catalog. I love the Severed Arm story. Sorry, it hasn't sold well, I think. The Severed Arm is, I would say, my favorite title that we've released from Vinegar Syndrome.
Wow.
It was a title that is a movie that got me into filmmaking, which I guess you're referring to of my tweet. If there wasn't Severed Arm, there might have not been a Brad Henderson. I don't know. But yeah, the Severed Arm impacted me quite a bit when I saw it as a young kid, and it's been a film that I've loved so much because it's a proto slasher, but it also has a psychological element to it, and also somewhat cannibalism. It's this really unique movie, and it was made in the early 70s, so it was one of the very first slasher films that has a unique premise to where the killer's not really killing people; he's just chopping off their arms, and of course they die. That is an incredibly unique concept, and really inspired me to become a writer and want to make movies. So that was the first film that I years ago, way before VS. I wanted to release that movie myself, and I looked into it, and when I started tallying up the amount, I realized I'd be too much of a risk to put out a movie. I'd be in debt for life. It was just a really important movie to me. And then and then kind of how it came about, and that's the movie that really got me into somewhat working for Vinegar Syndrome, because I was one of the beta testers on Exploitation TV when it launched. Because I was really good friends with Brandon and James, and they asked me to, just test it out. So they had movies on there that, you know, they weren't released. It was just, you know, scans of stuff, and it wasn't, you know, piracy or anything like that. It was just, it was, you know, it was all locked down. Like, it wasn't open to the public yet. They just needed content to put on the, you know, the application. And I was just scrolling through and I was watching stuff, you know, and then I saw that they had the Severed Arm on there and House of the Dead, which are another, you know, it's like one of my other favorite movies of all time. And I said, are you guys planning on doing these? Because if you are, like, you know, I have been researching and interviewing people for the Severed Arm for years, and I have like a ton of content that I could contribute. And there's a reason why it's not on the disc, but I just really, really wanted to be a part of that. And that's when it kind of got my kind of foot in the door, because I said, if we do this, I want to do, you know, House of the Dead. And House of the Dead actually came up first. And I said, I know Sharon, you know, so I got Vinegar Syndrome in touch with the writer and the director, you know, Sharon Miller. And, you know, she gave an interview, and so did the screenwriter. So, because I knew them from, you know, back in the day, from contacting them and just talking about the movies. And yeah, that was kind of like my foot into the door a little bit into the company, just because I had a lot of, you know, also with the Severed Arm, I knew a lot of people that made the movie, you know, that were still around, which we did interviews with Gary and Vince on that disc.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was, yeah, the Severed Arm is very special, and it's very unique, and it's very good. And I just don't know why it's not, you know, sold out as far as the slipcovers are concerned. But it's a movie that I truly love, and I try to talk. And when people see it, they love it. They really, really love it. Most of them. And I don't know why it doesn't do well. I wish it did. You know. But anyways.
About acquisitions.
But yeah, I really.
Sorry, go ahead.
Acquisitions?
Yeah, about acquisitions.
How does acquisitions work?
Yeah, like, do you go looking for stuff, or do people come to you?
Mostly we go looking for stuff. It's seldom. Every once in a while, something shows up to us. Yeah. Every film has a different story.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I hope the Severed Arm does so. I get that, but any recommend that you have? I'm sorry, Zach. What was the question that you asked before?
Any recommended that you have? He's just referencing another thing.
Oh, but any recommend you have? I've loved.
He's loved all your recommendations. So, guys, obviously, Brad can't say what is potentially on the slate or what they can't get, because obviously.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. I mean, it's certain. Like, if you have any questions about any titles that we have released, I'm pretty much an open book on that.
Yeah, and we're gonna get.
Asking the titles about this and that, you're not gonna get anything, and you know, and the whole thing is we like to have all that stuff as a secret. We like to have, you know, you guys surprised, and you know, that's part of the fun. Is it's like, you know, not knowing what's, you know, because a lot of what we do, a lot of people haven't seen, or they haven't seen in a long time due to availability. So it's fun to have that reaction and kind of things blow up, you know, even if it does like leak, kind of like the Scanner Cop stuff did. It was still like, you know, it also leaks in a very small like group of people. It doesn't like leak everywhere, you know.
Right.
So okay, on Dr. Jekyll's Dungeon of Death. I mean, it's a weird movie. It's a goofy movie. It's just something. It was an opportunity, and you know, it's got some good fight scenes. But yeah, it's a wacky movie. It's definitely one of the ones I don't think people like that much. But you know, also I know a lot of people that do like it. Again, that's one of those movies that you know, that we just want to give a chance to. How about a porn subscription or just a porn exploitation subscription?
You have that already.
I think, I mean, we have just the whole, I mean, I can ask if you're really into that. But I don't know who just would do a porn subscription. But I mean, I can talk. I can relay that message, but I don't think that would probably do too well.
Gotcha. Would you love to see
I'd love to
Agents?
see Agents, and me too. Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, like, nothing's off limits. Just put it that way. I'd love to see everything, every country. I would love to see more movies from, but you know, everything's complicated. Everything's a different story. So, well, I'm glad you might love it or hate it. I'm kind of like that too on some movies too. It's like I kind of love this movie, but I also don't like it. What is your favorite title that's coming up that has already been announced? That's a good question. Double Story Girls School Screamers. There
you go.
I think my favorite title. I mean, I think Girls School Screamers is a lot of fun, and I think it will get more love when they hear the filmmakers talk about it, because it's one of those movies that was locally made in Pennsylvania, and it was all pretty much new filmmakers, and a lot of them remain friends still to this day. Just really good stories, really good interview with John Hudian, who composed the movie. He went on to do some massive stuff in Armenia and orchestras, and he's very, very he's just a very knowledgeable person in music. So it's a real. I love the special features on Girls School Screamers, and I also found out the original title was called The Portrait, which I didn't know, but got retitled to Girls School Screamers. What do you think about Overboard? I fucking hell yeah, Severin, do it. I love it. I love Overboard. I love Goldie Hawn. I love Kurt Russell, and
yes,
honestly, people were surprised, but Severin's funny. And they do funny shit, and I like funny shit, and I like when companies do shit like that. So I was very excited, and I love Severin. I love everybody there. That's so exciting about VS, these weird foreign films. Serious question: who is your favorite DP to interview?
That's a good one.
Let me think. I'll think about it. I love martial arts revenge movies.
I'm going to toss out a solid recommend for Devil's Story. That movie is nuts. You guys are going to love
Devil's
that
Story is insane.
Oh,
do you think there's a cutoff years for VS titles? It's not really a cutoff year. I mean, yeah, I guess there is kind of a cutoff year, because if something was made in modern time, shot on film, we probably wouldn't do it. So 98, no, I would say. I mean, honestly, I don't have an answer, because it depends on the movie, really. It really depends on the movie, because if it's something that's incredible that shot in like 2000, I think we would do it. But, I mean, yeah, we're mainly looking at the 60s, 70s, and 80s here, somewhat in the 90s.
There you go.
Is there a good relationship between Vinegar? Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Troma's a wonderful, wonderful company to license movies from. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do a lot. DP to interview. I wonder who would be my favorite DP, because it's unique. It's in unique interviews with directors of photography, because they're very sometimes the DP has control over what, like, not control. The director allows them to use their education and their talents that were able to kind of put their want into the film, or what they thought would look best, because the director can respect what the DP has learned. And, maybe the DP has worked on various films. Maybe they're new. Maybe they're a photographer. This is their first movie they're shooting. So there's different stories. So I think it's unique when there's a movie where a director allows the freedom for a DP to do what he wants. But I would say one of my favorite interviews is, and I'm drawing a blank on the name, but it was on, drawing a blank, sorry.
No worries.
Anthony Richmond for Old Dracula. That was one of my favorite interviews, because he's a powerhouse talent and knows what the hell he's doing. He was given a lot of freedom. And also, I love the way that Old Dracula looks, because it has this, it's a kind of a mixed genre of movies, but it really has this really, really fun Gothic feel. And every scene in that movie is like a painting. And Anthony had the freedom to do what he wants to that picture, and he was allowed to have the freedom, and he basically called the shots. And when there's some of the best relationships, I mean, of course, the key relationships in making a movie is your director, your editor, and your DP. Everybody's important, but those three people are the ones that really make the craft, and or that's going to make or break the movie. The editor is going to make or break the movie, really. But it really depends on that relationship between the three of them. But I love when in a movie there is that freedom to a DP to kind of do what he wants, and he gets to use his skills, his education, and everything, and able to therefore set precedents on set, able to control the camera, and still fulfills the director's vision, but also is able to add his own element of flavor into that. And of course, then the editor can do with what they want with that. Because that's, the director, DP, then the director and editor. And man, if the director listens to the good editor, you got a movie.
Yeah.
So, that's what happens in those. So yeah. Have you ever discovered better elements or different cut of movies after you guys released it? No, I don't think so. Because if we did, we would probably redo it. We try to exhaust. We try to exhaust every. Sorry, I got to look at my phone occasionally for the sales stuff. We try to exhaust every avenue that we can before we make that final decision. So I don't think that would ever happen. And if we think that there's going to be better elements, then we wait. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your recommendations before we let you go here. Give us the ones that people either are sleeping on or maybe have been waiting on for a while. What are the ones that they should get?
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked. I mean, I think the Cardona collection is something that people should not sleep on. And I think maybe people are waiting to see what comes next.
Yeah.
For their Cardona collection, but those are very good films. They're not being dumped on disc for sure. They are a little bit lower on the special features side, but that's mainly because a lot of those people are either dead or they're very hard to get a hold of, and they don't do interviews. So that happens too. But I think the Cardona collection people are not paying very much attention to, which, again, it's no one's fault, not blaming anybody, of course, at all. We have a plethora of movies out there. We have our partner titles. We have our old catalog. We have our new catalog. There's just way too much movies out there, So and we only have so much money, right? So we gotta be careful with what you spend, and we appreciate every penny that you guys earned and spent. So no shape or form I'm ashamed by any means or disappointed. It's just I do like to see things be successful. Sure. That goes for all titles, but I think the Cardona collection I think is something that people should not sleep on. It's a very unique trio of films. I'm very happy with. The TV set is something that I think people should give a shot on, just because I think there is that element of like, when we look at horror films, we want good special effects and blood and our traditional slasher films and whatnot. The TV movies don't have that, because like I said, we already discussed that. It's on television, so don't let that stop you if that's the case. The TV set is a very unique collection of films as well. I wouldn't sleep on that. The Severed Arm, I've already talked about that. That's one. The homegrown horror stuff, I mean, obviously is doing well. People like it, so yeah, pick that up. I mean, I'd have to look, man. You put me on the spot. I mean, I think everybody kind of understands kind of where all that stuff comes from. I mean, you know, the slasher films, of course, are fun if you like slasher films. But yeah, I mean, I would say the new titles, those are probably the biggest ones that I hope that they catch on, I guess you could say.
Gotcha.
So.
Absolutely. Question from Iceman. Any surprise titles that ended up being more popular than you thought they would be?
Yeah. I would say, here's the thing, is you can never gauge it, ever. You can't gauge it. You could have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people request a movie, you release it, and it doesn't do as well as you thought it was with everybody requesting it. And then you have something that you release that is like, oh, no one's ever heard of this movie, and then it sells out. There's no telling, man. There's no telling at all. But any surprise title that ended up being more popular than they thought, you know, I would say The Caller. I think The Caller is a good one. That was a movie that I like. But I was also like, man, I just don't think this is going to do very well. And the reactions from people were just overwhelmingly positive, which I understand. It's a good movie. But it was just something that I didn't think that was going to catch on. Also, Hollywood Horror House is another one that, you know, I was super excited to get. It was a long journey of getting the film elements and the rights to that. And when we did it, I was like, I don't know if people are going to like this. And then it's just like, you know, it came out and then people just loved it. I honestly, I haven't heard a bad thing about those two movies. That's the other thing. Is like when we release something like The Fear, like I'm going to expect, you know, the negative and the positive. I'm going to expect that. But we don't let that deter us from, you know, releasing the movie, of course. But you kind of expect it. Sometimes you don't know what people are going to think. You know, do people like this? And I think that was kind of the Hollywood Horror House and The Caller were big surprises for sure. Who Done It is almost sold out. I hope so, man. I don't call it Who Done It. That movie's called Island of Blood to me. But yeah, I love that movie. I love the people behind it. That was another movie that everybody was very good friends. I don't know if it made it into the special features or not, but the guy that played, I'm sorry, I'm really bad with I'm really bad
I can bring it up here. Here's the special features.
The guy that is, I got it here. The guy that did the interview for Jim Piper, who did an interview with us. He's actually the Giggle in Dr. Giggles.
Oh, what? No way.
Yeah. I found that out during the production. He's the one that does the giggling. But yeah, they're all really good friends. Marie Ricastner, she's good friends with Jim and everything. But yeah, I'm pretty excited that movie's catched on. It's been, you know, very dark the entire time that movie's been released. I've loved it for years, but I could never understand what the fuck was going on. So I'm glad to actually see it. Forgotten Jelly 2 coming out minus the box. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, there will be a standard edition of that for sure, just like the first one. Nightmare Weekend. Nightmare Weekend's wild, man. I'm glad people like that movie, but it's wild.
Crazy one. Yeah.
Am I the only person that thinks Pearls of Gwendolyn? That was released by Severin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Severin put
so
that one out.
You're not the only person, because it did, and I hope it did well. And it also has the late Tawny Katan in it. So
yes.
But yeah, no, it's you know, and that's another thing. I'm glad that Island of Blood has done well. Yeah, that was another movie that was done by local people that all had a very good time, and I was surprised of the backstories in that, of like how well, like it was just very like you listen to the interviews, they're all really, really great. You know, Harry Riot had a lot of funny stories. It was, you know, of course, made by Bill Nod, who was a very odd person, and it's so funny that everybody calls him odd, but they just have nothing but good things to say about him. He was kind of like a granddad, father figure on the, you know, the film. Why can't someone get their hands? I hope
Amos
they can.
has it.
It's at a bunch of UK or European releases.
Yeah, Shameless.
What adult films would you recommend? Asking for a friend. There's no shame here, man. I mean, I always say Hot and Saucy Pizza Girls. It's one of my favorites. It's actually my favorite hardcore film of all time. Because if you took out the hardcore movie, you would have a really funny sex comedy.
Yeah.
Touch of Genie is really, really good. That's another one I would recommend. It's adult, but it's not hardcore as The Telephone Book. I've recommended that movie to death. People are probably really tired of me talking about that movie, but it's brilliant. It's really well done. I really like that.
Yeah.
There's quite a few good hardcore films in there. I mean, anything with Desiree Cousteau with like Pretty Peaches, which is you can get the trilogy of that. Yeah. Taboo's really good. It's a little weird. And kind of fucked up, but it's really good. Liquid Assets is really good. Well, honestly, another one of my favorites is Marilyn and the Senator. You get to watch Bill Marigold eat a full fucking chicken in that movie, like a cooked small chicken while he's getting a BJ, and it's one of the oddest sequences that I've ever seen, like in a porno, watching somebody eat something so greasy and messy. But that movie is an emotional roller coaster. There's so many turns in that movie, and then when it ends up, you're like laughing. It's a comedy, and then it just gets really, really dark. It's a unique movie. Any chance of 967 Evil? 976 Evil 1 was released by Sony, so that's already on Blu-ray. Part 2, I think that's owned by Lionsgate, so I don't think that's going to happen. With commentaries from the Hysteria Continues, other podcasts and releases, are there any other podcasters you would want to love to do commentary for a film? No, I mean, the Hysteria Continues. I mean, the thing is they say it's not so much like the podcast; it's about the research that goes in, and that's a very important to me. Is when people contribute to this stuff, is that we all love the movies. I don't want to hear so much your love for the movie. I want to hear one story if you've done your research on film. So if there is a podcast that you feel that is very knowledgeable in the sense of the movie, the history, the background, the people, not just they like the movie and they like to talk about it. That's a no-go. It's a deal breaker. But if there's something in there that there's a lot of information that is told, then yes, I would like to hear it. I mean, the Hysteria Continues does a very, very good job of being funny, but also giving a lot of details and a lot of well done research in these films, and just an all around good job. And we just had We Hate Movies come on for Scanner Cop, which a lot of people have got a very, very good reaction and response out of them knowing that they've done that. They're another troupe, I guess you could say, of people that are just full of knowledge, want to be funny at the same time. Because I mean, we're here to have a good time. I don't want you to make fun of the movie. I want you to celebrate the movie, and that's another big important thing to me. Is that I love these movies too, and I there's no disrespect when it comes to this stuff.
Right.
So.
Right.
So yeah, would you ever consider doing a Vinegar Syndrome staff commentary for? Jeff H. I'm going to relay that message because that's a really good idea. We did a promo video for Six String Samurai that I thought came out really, really wonderfully. I wasn't part of it mainly because I'm in Florida. They filmed it all in Bridgeport, which a little sad, but I was forewarned. But they did a really, really good job of doing that. I honestly, that's not a bad idea, Jeff. That's actually a really good idea. I'm gonna relay that because that would probably be fun because we all are very I consider myself a film historian. I do the proper research. I research these movies to death. I've been doing this since I was a little kid, really trying to figure out more about movies, trying to find alternate cuts and stories behind every between all these filmmakers and everything. So I've contributed to a few commentaries myself. I did the commentary with Fade to Black with Dennis. I've done 2 on the Fear with Greg and my God, Robert. I did commentary on Surf 2. I did the commentary on Skinner Cop 2. So there's when I do that, and I also have a few more coming out too. When I do that, it's for a specific reason. One, it's because I personally love the movie and I know a lot of information behind it, and I feel that I'm a good catalyst to get a good story out of these people. Plus, people really need moderators sometimes because they don't know how to tell stories. They end up watching the movie and actually not talking, so that's a big part of it. So I can always kind of gauge that with when talking to the filmmakers. If I'm talking to them and they can't stop talking to me about how much they love the movie, then I know that they're going to be fine by themselves. But other times, I feel that I can provide a good linear story as well, or ask the right questions. Other than giving notes to the. But even when you give notes to the directors or whoever's or whoever's talking, I don't want them to be distracted by trying to read. I want them to go with the flow of the movie, and that's why a moderator is good. But you need a good moderator. I'm not saying that I'm a good moderator at all. It's just that I feel that I do a decent job at it. Maybe you guys will do a video for the full scope of a release, like getting the elements, setting up. It's a pretty good idea too. It's just really hard to do, just because we're so busy, man. Vinegar Syndrome is just a small group of people. You just don't have that time, but something will probably like that happen. Do you think the SA lineup could go? Yeah. I mean, it has. It already has. I mean, martial law's from the 90s. So, I mean, Wars from the 90s. So, I do. I think I know what type of movies you're talking about, like Extreme Justice. So, yes. It's like a different caliber of action. But yeah, I mean, there's so many action movies I would love to see, and here's the thing: is that the action movies are doing very well, and if they keep doing well, you're going to get more action movies. So that's all I'll say. But yeah, I mean, action's just a huge, and I feel it's been slept on so much. I mean, a lot of genres have been slept on, but I believe action's something that's been overlooked for a long time. And even when doing these interviews, the filmmakers are like, this movie was slept. No one, these did well, at video stores, but the longevity of these movies, the success and people talking about it has not. So yeah, it's, I like that these movies are doing well, because it's just going to give us more time to do more with these films, and I just love working with them, man. But doing the martial law movies was so much fun, because Cynthia is such a wonderful person and just such a fucking badass. And the filmmakers, Jeff Pruitt, who did the stunts in that, also did the stunts in Skinner Cop. Who does an interview on the Skinner Cop doc. Jeff Pruitt is just so underrated, by the way. He would blow himself through walls. He would take the risk, and he was a stunt man that had a stunt team. But if he felt that there is any danger, he would do the stunt himself and not his team. And that's a real responsible person on set. Is that if there is any risk, he would do it. And you're like, well, I don't want you to risk your life either, but he didn't want to risk anybody, because you got to do the shot, you got to get the scene. That's what you agreed to. If it's something that you think could work, he would put himself. So that sequence, when that person in Scanner Cop in the very beginning, when you watch it, when that scanner blows him through the wall and he hits that wall, he's not supposed to do that.
Oh,
and
wow.
he got really hurt during that sequence. But he's the one that wanted to do it. You know, he didn't feel that it was safe enough. So yeah, he took the beating for that. He also gets beat up a lot in martial law. He's the one that has the mustache. You'll see him pop up then again. But yeah, he's a really good stuntman. Owns a coffee shop in Georgia with his wife now. Yeah, back to action. I'm sorry, back to action movies. Yeah, I wish there was more. So I just bought the Arrow edition of Doom Asylum. Okay, I'm glad you bought it, and it is very, very good. But it's a wild fucking movie. It's very crazy. I actually developed a drinking game to that movie, and I've been meaning to tweet out the rules for a long time, but everybody would get plastered in 30 minutes.
There you go.
A lot of hidden gems. I don't know, Extreme Justice. Yeah, I mean, there's action is just a plethora of movies. How about I love Secretary Man 1 and 2. Stuntmen do not get enough. You're completely right. And I love interviewing stunt guys. Just because they're crazy. They really are. They're nuts. And they're strong, and you don't want to mess with those dudes, man. Because like Jeff Pruitt is a lethal killing machine still to this day. That dude is. You see these people and you're like, I'm so out of shape. I'm like, this guy's like fucking 60 years old, and he looks like he's 40, and he can still kick everybody's ass on the street. And Cynthia, oh my God, Cynthia's so like still in shape, and just Cynthia's just so wonderful. I love Cynthia quite a bit. But yeah, I hope to do more action films for sure. So
excellent. Zach is asking you to make sure you tweet the drinking game. So
yeah, I'll find the rules. I'll find the rules. Maybe I'll do like a online thing. I've been meaning to do that for years, honestly.
That's
so
awesome.
you don't have to drink to watch the movie, but you're gonna want to drink. You might want to drink.
I love it.
Actually getting hit. Yeah, Cynthia hits people. You know, she's from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
You know, it's where she got her start. I mean, she's not from Hong Kong, but you know, she got her start over in Hong Kong. And if people don't know this, they hit people in those movies. They really do. And when you hit, you're getting hit. You're getting punched. I mean, there is that move away to show like, but you are. So she injured people on her movie. She injured 2 people on martial law.
Wow.
Really badly. Just because, you know, those stunt guys are from America. She's coming from a hard hitting where, you know, and people underestimate her because she was a woman, but she'd knock your ass out for sure.
That's crazy.
She was also she was like black belt champion for like,
yeah.
She was like for like 3 or 4 years, and no one's done that, even like especially a woman. So she's a tough lady.
Yeah, guys, 2 more questions. I have to sort of start wrapping it up. My family is calling to me. They want me for the rest of the evening. I'm sure Brad is exhausted as well, but we're gonna have let's do 2 more questions that I see here, and then I've got one wrap-up question for Brad. And you can always reach out to him on Twitter. He's very responsive. Matt says, I'm not too well versed in the catalog. Speaking of HB, Halicki, any great car films available?
You know, in our catalog, no. But like I would recommend stuff like Vanishing Point, Stunt Squad is a really good one. Stunt Squad is an Italian movie that is the police hire stuntmen to take down gangsters.
That's awesome.
And
wow.
They use their stunt capabilities to kill them, and it's an insane concept, and it's got some great car chases. But yeah, there's a whole plethora of those action films. I mean, we do have some. I mean, like there's Shot was shot on 60 millimeter by a bunch of college kids.
Right.
and there's some really crazy helicopter stuff. Red Mob is another one that is insane. It's a Russian action movie. You need to give Red Mob about 45 minutes into it, and then it explains its plot. It's the most convoluted movie I've ever seen that doesn't actually kind of tell its story. It's just because it's an editing problem. But they have some hardcore like helicopter dogfights in that movie. That's insane. Some good car chases. But yeah, I mean, I think that's about thinking about it that I can think of right now. So,
Travis asks, "Is there any particular reason why there has been so very little sci-fi space cheese releases?"
No, I don't think so. It's just maybe I don't know. It's a lot of those movies to me. This isn't Vinegar Syndrome. To me, a lot of those movies, it's hard for them to keep up their concept interesting because either they go too full on story and not enough with the sci-fi elements, or vice versa. They look really good, but there's no story. And sometimes they're not shot very well. That's just my personal take. I do like sci-fi, but I'm not a hardcore sci-fi person. But I mean, if you like that stuff, I like Night Beast quite a bit, you know. So yeah,
that's a good one. Yeah, I highly recommend Night Beast, guys, especially if you got the homegrown horrors and you enjoyed Winter Beast. It's very much in that vein. Well, that has been an illuminating conversation, and I've had such a wonderful time here with Brad. Brad, it's been an honor, man. Thank you so much for making the time. And
thank you for having me. Thank you for whoever. I guess I don't see, I just see that you read the question. I mean, I have the questions here, but I don't have them in my peripheral vision here.
Right.
But I don't know who all was in here. I mean, I saw the names, but I mean, hopefully people liked it. Yeah, just let me know. I'm on Twitter. I try to answer everything I can. I'm not going to answer titles, so you could ask till you're blue in the face. It's not going to happen. I'll try to any questions specifically, production stuff. I like to tell funny stories, but it's also a lot of fun more to do it on here. You can only do 140 characters. In a tweet.
No, this
or something like that.
This has been a blast. It's definitely been great to just kind of chat about movies, and we had about 70 people in the room with us, so it's almost like
that's great. Yeah,
a little convention panel kind of a thing here going. Okay, so that's a wrap. Brad, I have something to talk to you about off the air. It's something that came across my desk. I'll send you an email. I don't want to mention anything right now, but off the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
A message. Hey, look who's in here. Hey, Mr. Jay Wolfel himself.
What's up, Jay? Jay was a pleasure to work with too. Just like we were talking about the filmmakers for the homegrown horror. Jay was essential in helping, and just everybody has just a great attitude, especially the Beyond Dreams Door guys. They're just still all friends and had a good time. So
that's amazing. Jay, we love you, man. We had Jay on a couple weeks ago. He told us how terrible it was to work with you guys. So it was a fun conversation. I love you, Jay, man. I hope you're well, pal. Brad, I hope to have you back. Maybe we'll circle back for Black Friday and we can chat about that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Anytime, just hit me up.
Fantastic. That makes me very happy to hear. And my friends at home, thank you so very much for watching, spending your time with me. If you were here since the beginning with the trailers, I hope your brain is still intact and you have some money left in your wallets. The sale goes through, is it over Sunday, like Sunday into Monday, or is it available through Monday as well?
It's Monday night, midnight. I think it ends.
Gotcha.
Again,
Gotcha.
Sorry. Sometimes I'm not the right person to ask these questions. I should know. I should be prepared, but I'm not. There's way too much going on.
Yeah, just keep checking the site and buying stuff until you can't anymore, and then just wait patiently for your orders, like we all will be, and then we'll have a ton of crazy crap to watch, and then the discussion truly begins when everybody gets their hands on champagne and bullets. That I can't wait for. Holy God!
Yeah.
Wow.
And also, let me know what you guys think. I love to hear, I love to hear the reactions from everybody, good and bad. It doesn't affect me.
Yes.
Talking about the movies, I always said, good publicity, bad publicity, it's all good in a sense. It just gets people talking about, or if we all like the same things, it'd be boring.
Absolutely, and I think if any label sort of personifies the subjectivity of film, it's Vinegar Syndrome, because there's so it's so many diverse tastes, and that's part of the fun. You make friends connecting with different tastes, different genres, and I for one appreciate that, and I think you offer something that a lot of labels maybe don't, and I think you obviously have a fan base with the collector market, but also the people who appreciate a certain type of filmmaking, a certain type of genre cinema, and it's an underserved community, and you guys are doing the Lord's work. So thank you on behalf of everybody watching, Brad. Thank you very much.
We appreciate. We couldn't do it without you guys. So obviously we thank you the most. So, and also having a channel dedicated to talking about our movies.
Yes,
so.
That's what we look at. Whenever I talk about Vinegar Syndrome, my views spike. That seems to be like the one that everybody loves to hear the most about. So I'm more than happy to be sharing.
I'm not doing anything weird down here. My dog has been here the entire time. So just I have the one dog in here with me, so she comes up on my lap every so often. So that's the reason why the camera moves, because she keeps hitting the table.
Gotcha. Okay.
But anyways.
No, we didn't think you were eating a whole chicken off camera or anything.
We'll leave that to Bill Marigold.
Yes, we will. Okay, my friends, I wish we could talk forever, but my family beckons, and Brad has better things to do, because he's got to worry about the sale and special features to come. So let's call it a night. My friend, I love you. As a matter of fact, I love you just the way you are. Take care of yourself. And until we meet again, I remain, and so does Brad. We remain together, to be continued.